this deal is done. The vote from last week is valid.
A heated exchange between city leaders as the debate over control of the conduit system continues. Why critics are questioning where the mayor's best interests lie.
The first thing that I think of is hypocrisy.
Plus, a city charter school remains open, but with a list of conditions why some failing public schools are not being held to the same standards.
We're starting off with some rain showers for your Thursday morning. We'll talk about how long this rain sticks around and what our temps are going to do as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Thursday, March 2nd. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. A little bit of a foggy start out there.
Yeah, and some rain showers too, Meg. Yeah. So you're going to deal with some wet roads as folks get out and about here early on your Thursday morning. We'll take you outside right now. It's what it looks like over the Inner Harbor. You can see some of those low clouds and also some of those rain showers, especially right here on our HD radar, especially in Baltimore City and south out to Dundalk, down to Glen Burnie and Pasadena, over to Southgate, even into Riviera Beach, seeing a few of those showers right now. Pull back a little bit further, even some heavier rain south of Annapolis and over down toward Cambridge and also toward the west as well, moving toward Hagerstown. So we are going to have a little bit of a wet commute for the next few hours. Temps are mainly in the low to mid 40s. Cockeysville and Towson down to Baltimore City. Right now you're at 46 degrees. So a few morning showers. We do have above average temperatures for the afternoon, and then a colder rain is moving in for tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that for your weekend coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got your live cameras pulled up, and as Justin mentioned there, you can see some wet road conditions out there in some of those areas, but pretty quiet start. It is 4:31, and we begin this morning in a city in crisis and the back and forth over the mayor's controversial conduit deal. Mayor Brandon Scott is at odds with Council President Nick Mosby and Comptroller Bill Henry. 2 weeks ago, the City Council President and Comptroller refused to attend a Board of Estimates meeting when the agreement was set to be approved. But the mayor and his two appointees on the board approved the agreement anyway. While the mayor insists that the deal is done, he seems to be one of the only elected officials who believes that the deal is good for the city. At a Board of Estimates meeting last night, fiery words erupting over the handling.
Another example of the administration picking and choosing what to do.
Just because he feels this deal is in the best interest does not mean he is automatically right. It means that's where he is on this issue.
Mosby and Henry say that they were kept in the dark about the agreement and had little time to review it.
Never, and I repeat, never have I done anything or made any decision that was not in the best interest of those who call this great city home. If there was a better deal to be done, that deal would have been done.
Critics we spoke with say the dispute over the mayor's handling of the agreement could have been avoided.
You have to learn that you don't run a city as your own fiefdom, even if it's a single-party city. You've got to be more responsible.
Shortly after the mayor signed the agreement, BGE announced plans to raise rates for all of its customers. The agreement will be back on the Board of Estimates agenda next month. Fox 45 News will continue to demand answers about the conduit deal. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. After weeks of uncertainty, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys remains open, but with a list of requirements. They include more certified educators, a financial expert, and better special education services.
Operator hires personnel located in the Baltimore area. The operator shows improvement in the delivery of special education services, ensuring that there's compliance with grant management.
But critics are calling these conditions unfair, and they believe that public schools should be held to the same standards.
The first thing that I think of is hypocrisy. I don't think there's anybody who doubts that the schools should be in compliance to make sure that they're actually educating our children. The question is, why would you require this of a charter school and not the rest of the school system?
That's a list that should apply to all of our schools. If more of these schools, the traditional schools, would do these things, the schools would be much better. Education would be much better for thousands of young people in Baltimore City. So yes, this is a double standard.
The criticism comes after a Project Baltimore report reveals that in 23 public schools, Of those students tested, 0 were proficient in math. School officials say that they are taking steps to improve math scores, including professional development for teachers and summer learning for students. We want to know what you think. Should those responsible for failures in city schools be fired? Look at that. Right now, 99% of those who have responded say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in. Turning now to your session 2023 coverage, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates's push to increase gun penalties is now in jeopardy. The bill seeks to raise the maximum penalty from 3 years to 5 for people 21 and older with first-time gun possession offenses. But Senate President Bill Ferguson doesn't feel the bill will have a direct impact on crime.
I support it. Let me be clear. I also know that even in supporting it, I don't think that the passage of that one piece of legislation has a demonstrable impact on whether or not we see more or less crime.
It is unclear what specific concerns state Democrats have. The Legislative Black Caucus hasn't responded to Fox 45 News' emails asking for clarity. Today, lawmakers in Annapolis will hear 4 bills dealing with juvenile justice, 2 from Democrats and 2 from Republicans. Well, Democrats are pushing the Youth Equity and Safety Act, and it would end the practice of automatically charging juveniles as adults in serious crimes like murder. The Youth Accountability and Safety Act would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder. From Republicans, the Juvenile Gun Offenses Accountability Act of 2023 would allow children as young as 10 to be charged with gun crimes. Republicans are also trying to charge current law preventing anyone under 13 from being charged with any crime. They want that threshold to be 11 years old. If you'd like to talk with your local lawmakers about the issues that are important to you, you can scan the QR code on your screen, and that's going to take you right to our website, which lists their official email and phone numbers.
3, 2, 1. Engines full power and liftoff.
An historic blast off into space. The new crew heading to the International Space Station and how long they'll be there. Plus, we're going to be seeing some warmer temperatures today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long the spring-like weather sticks around. It's 4:37 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back. Taking a look at the HD radar. We are starting with a few light showers through parts of Baltimore City down through Annapolis. Really, the heavier rain is over Cambridge and down on the southern end of the Chesapeake. But more rain is on the way, moving in from the west. Temperatures, well, area-wide, most of us are in the 40s. So we've got kind of cool to mild conditions, not the cold rain that we will see tomorrow. We'll talk about that coming up in your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Let's go ahead and take a look at this here. SpaceX launching 4 astronauts to the International Space Station for NASA early this morning. The crew includes the first person from the Arab world going up for a months-long stay. The Falcon rocket bolted from Florida's Kennedy Space Center early this morning. The Dragon capsule should reach the space station by tomorrow. The first attempt to launch was scrubbed on Monday at the very last minute due to a clogged filter in the engine ignition system.
I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with a look at if politicians' futures are tied to the level of crime in their cities or states.
And juvenile crime top of mind for lawmakers in Annapolis. A breakdown of 4 bills being backed by both Democrats and Republicans. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeff Coat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, the court case that has captured the nation's attention. The Murdaugh murders. A legal expert's going to join us to discuss what some are calling the grand finale. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41 and you are watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. It is 4:44 and making headlines this morning. On the left, that is a live look from Chicago. On the right, That's where hundreds of police officers were coming together to salute their fallen brother. A Chicago police officer shot and killed during a shootout while on a domestic call. That accused shooter is in critical condition this morning. This all happening just hours after the police chief announced he is resigning. It also comes a day after voters decided to boot Mayor Lori Lightfoot out of office, with some political experts saying that crime is one of the major issues taken to the ballot box. We know crime is becoming a major issue in cities all across the nation. As chief political correspondent Scott Thuman shows us, Congress is now getting involved too.
We will make Chicago the safest city in America.
Running on promises to fight crime in Chicago.
We can build a better, stronger, safer Chicago.
A former school CEO and a county commissioner just ousted nationally known Mayor Lori Lightfoot, blamed in part by opponents for the spike in violent crime, a big factor in voter turnout and the most mail-in ballots ever for a municipal election there. The number of homicides hitting a 25-year high in 2021, with 797, decreasing last year, but still more than when Lightfoot took office. It's not just Chicago where crime has doomed candidates labeled too lenient. In San Francisco, the district attorney was recalled. Some want the same for New Orleans mayor over safety concerns. And in their last election, frustrated New Yorkers chose a former police captain to run the city. In Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill getting involved too, with Democrat Joe Manchin joining Republican senators. Congress looks poised to vote and override the D.C. City Council's new criminal code, which critics say is soft on violent crime. Manchin quoted as saying, "I want to put people away. I don't want to let them out." Though President Biden could use his veto pen to side with the D.C. City Council. Yet longtime lawmakers also know safety can't be ignored.
Job number one in public office is keep people safe. And when I was a mayor, that's what I did. When I was a governor, that's what I did. Making sure that our communities are safe, that law enforcement and the broader community has the resources they need.
Republicans especially banking on that issue getting them elected. Former President Trump promising record investment in policing. And potential challenger Ron DeSantis just finished a speaking tour on crime across 3 major cities, including Chicago. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
Thank you, Scott. Here in Baltimore, political observers say the unseating of Chicago's mayor could be an indicator of what's to come here in Charm City. They say the frustration with current leaders have already been reflected in the polls. This past election, more than 70% of Baltimore voters decided to remove former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Political analyst John Dede says a similar future could be in store for Mayor Brandon Scott.
When he ran for office, he promised to get under 300 murders, and we're nowhere close to that so far. And I think that he's got to try to show that progress is being made. I would tie myself as much as possible to Ivan Bates, because right now, everyone is following Ivan Bates's lead on crime.
Well, that brings us to our national question of the day. Will crime in your area affect the way you vote? To answer, scan that QR code right there on your screen. It's 4:48 here on a Thursday morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast. How's it going?
Not too bad, Meg. We were talking about some rain showers that are out there right now for your Thursday. Looking at our Towson cam, a little bit of the low clouds kind of hanging around and a bit foggy at times as well. Notice your temperature at 46 degrees. And most of us, you can see on the right side of your screen with those temperatures hanging in the 40s as well. So it's not necessarily cold, but it can definitely be a lot colder. And, you know, what that would do would bring us a lot more than rain. So here's a look at our HD radar. A few of those light showers in Baltimore City South. You're seeing some rain that's about to move into Annapolis, coming right down Highway 50, also out toward the eastern shore in Chestertown. A little further down to the south, down through Easton and Cambridge, seeing more of the moderate rain. Even a couple of strikes of lightning that we've seen on our lightning counter there with some rumbles of thunder. And then more rain is on the way from the west. We're seeing this move in to western Maryland right now. So that's going to cross through the area over the next couple of hours and give us a little bit more of a wet commute. It's all part of this cold front that's going to be coming through, which is interesting because the cold front comes through and we actually actually will be warmer later today. We won't realize those colder temperatures until tomorrow, and it will be quite a bit colder. So your rise and shine cast mid to upper 40s here over the next couple of hours. These are going to be your high temperatures tomorrow, just an indication of how much colder we will be. But enjoy today. Once we get this rain out of here, we are looking for a little bit more sunshine, and mid to upper 60s, almost a spring-like day is what we're going to be talking about across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Down into Howard and Anne Arundel counties, some of you getting close to that 70-degree mark by the time we head into the later part of the afternoon, which will be about 20 degrees above average. Keeping those temperatures in the 60s for Philly and Baltimore, and again, right about 70 in D.C. with some lower 70s down toward Richmond. So the rain showers are moving out of here. Later this afternoon, we are going to see some more sunshine, more of that rain. Our next weather maker comes in early tomorrow morning as we head toward the afternoon, off and on showers. The heaviest rain looks to come for tomorrow evening, and that's what we'll see throughout the region. So not done with the rain yet, but by Saturday we dry out, we'll be breezy, and we keep those temperatures in the 50s, but a little bit warmer for sure than Friday, and then even lower 60s early next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, and still looking pretty nice out there. Again, Justin mentioned those wet roads, so keep that in mind here as you're heading out this morning. But otherwise, no issues to report out there. Looking great. Let's get a check on mass transit now. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there now, you'll find on Light Rail Link on-time service, no delays. Metro Subway Link chiming in on schedule in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your commute. The MARC train system has train 505 on the Penn line and Penn train 403, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead on the early edition, a look into how your taxpayer dollars are being sent. We sit down with the group Roca and how they're helping to make a difference in the city. Plus, a charter school under scrutiny, getting the green light to remain open. Why critics say public schools should be held to the same standards. It is 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 4:54 in a city in crisis. The Gun Violence Disruption Program, ROCA, is planning to bring in more participants. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost explains how the program is keeping track of their finances and showing taxpayers how their money is spent.
I'm glad to see everybody energy this morning. A lot of laughs starting early, so hopefully that energy turned to a great week this week.
Inside the ROCA HQ, the youth workers and participants are busy teaching and learning new ways of living, disrupting the cycle of violence and healing past trauma. The 4-year program has about 250 people involved right now, working with a budget of $5.1 million this year. The funding comes from a mix of sources.
It's different based on what the funding source is.
In the fall, ROCA got a federal grant to help expand their programming outside the city and boost their after-shooting responses, where ROCA workers go door to door, looking to offer an off-ramp to some of the most high-risk young guys of getting involved in gun violence. Kurt Palermo, executive director for ROCA Baltimore, says transparency is key for the program's success, especially when it comes to funding.
We have a commitment and a responsibility to this city, to this state, for any dollar that we're given to be able to show exactly what that dollar was used for.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I mean, that level of transparency is something that we pride ourselves on.
ROCA, providing a cost breakdown, says that it's about $13,500 for each participant in the first 2 years.
We're right here by the football field.
And that includes the work crew portion of the efforts.
That costs money, but it's an opportunity for them to work 4 days a week, and we know that they're safe when they're with us.
Like when guys
My first day, so
help clean up Pedersen Park. Their analysis shows the cost per person is cut in half for the years 3 and 4. So where are we going now?
I'm gonna go see one of my guys.
ROCA opening their doors to the press, allowing us to ride along, while youth workers check in with the participants.
I'm out front, bro.
What's up, Sean? You was down there with Boosie Boo?
But that's not the case with other programs in the city working to curb gun violence. Safe Streets is very different than ROCA. But the program has 10 locations across Baltimore using funds from the city and state. But the city remains committed to not sharing some of that information about Safe Streets with Fox 45. We've asked for employee information to learn who's working at these gun violence intervention sites. Fox 45 had to threaten legal action to get hundreds of pages with names of employees redacted. The community-based organizations have kept quiet about how they operate the locations. We've gone looking for details about how Safe Streets works. Are you the site director? Only to get stonewalled. The city usually leading the charge, refusing to explain how Safe Streets defines what a mediation is, despite often touting the number of mediations Safe Streets has accomplished. Last year, Mayor Brandon Scott announcing a shift in management for the program. The change coming after months of relentless Fox 45 News investigations into Safe Streets.
Does that signal that the previous CBOs that were operating these locations were mismanaging the locations?
No, it's about evolving.
Instead of the patchwork of community-based organizations, the city moving management to just LifeBridge and Catholic Charities. That shift was set to be finalized in January 2023, but that hasn't happened. During the March 1st Board of Estimates meeting, the city's spending board approved extending the old contracts with the community groups. City leaders telling Fox 45 News the groups needed more time to finalize their work.
We're just making sure that things are crossing every T, dotting every I as we make the changeovers. That's it.
Are the locations themselves changing?
No, we know that these will stay in the neighborhoods that they are in and have been in for many, many years.
But the physical addresses, are they changing?
The locations are not. Safe Streets operates in zones.
Correct, but they have buildings that they
That'll
operate in.
be up to the operators. We don't determine where the buildings are. The operators make sure that they figure out what buildings they want to use.
So with the change of the CBOs, they probably are changing then, right?
We've gone to the Safe Streets locations where the city advertises them to be. Park Heights, nothing. Franklin Square, no one there. Silence in Cherry Hill, too. City leaders continue to financially back the program, while keeping track of the money is spent once it's handed out to the community groups remains unclear. Meanwhile, back inside ROCA, Baltimore, their work continues, preparing to expand into Baltimore County.
To be able to expand outside of Baltimore, not that our work is done here, but it's a testament to how hard we've worked over the last 4.5, 5 years.
And keeping track of the progress and all the receipts along the way.
We've asked to sit down with Shantae Jackson for months. She leads the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the same organization within City Hall that oversees the implementation of Safe Streets. So far, Jackson has refused to do an interview with us to talk about Safe Streets. But if that changes, we're more than willing to make it happen. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Juvenile justice is an ongoing debate here in Annapolis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the different bills that Democrats and Republicans are pushing.
The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys will stay open, but with conditions. Coming up, how city schools are now coming under scrutiny following that vote.
And we're tracking some rain showers right now for your Thursday morning. We'll talk about how long this rain sticks around and what our temps are going to do later today as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, March 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how warm, how spring-like it's going to get today. We have our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, joining us.
Yeah, we're going to see some 60s this afternoon, guys. We have to get through the rainy morning here, and that's what we're talking about. The rain, it's not that bad. We're going to be dealing with these showers at least for the next couple of hours. Looking out over our downtown Baltimore camera right now, some of those low clouds hanging around as well. Let's put that radar into motion and show you where some of those showers have rolled through Baltimore City, out through Dundalk and Essex and Middle River, down through Pasadena into Annapolis as well. Further south, we actually have some thunderstorms being picked up in Cambridge there on the eastern shore. So some lightning strikes there. Definitely have a little bit more of an active atmosphere that is taking place, and with the weather that is taking place right now. Temperatures low to mid 40s at this time. Overall, our numbers will get back into the above average category for the afternoon, and then a colder rain coming in for tomorrow. We'll break that down a bit further for you coming up in a few.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now at this early hour. And some roads are completely clear, barely anyone on them, but all the roads are moving along just fine. Very, very light volume at this hour. Fox 45 News is following three big stories for you at 5 o'clock.
Now, juvenile crime is top of mind for lawmakers in Annapolis. Today, they will hear bills backed by both Democrats and Republicans.
A Baltimore charter school will remain open after weeks of uncertainty, while critics say public schools should be held to the same standards.
Plus, the man accused of trying to sneak an explosive past TSA will be in court today. How his escape plan failed.
We have live team coverage of those top stories this morning, starting with Olivia Dance and our Session 2023 coverage.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
Well, this year alone, nearly 24 juveniles in Baltimore have been charged with murder, robbery, or a weapons charge.
Today, both Democrats and Republicans have hearings for bills relating to juvenile crime.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Annapolis, first with a closer look at what the Democrats are pushing. Olivia?
Yeah, well, the Democrats are pushing two major bills. The first is the Youth Equity and Safety Act, and there's a hearing for that bill at 1 today right here in Annapolis. Now, the bill would end the practice of automatically charging juveniles as adults in serious crimes like murder. But as we heard Tom mention, we know that in Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge so far this year, according to statistics from the Baltimore Police Department. Now, former FBI agent Tyrone Powers is stressing the need for juvenile justice legislation that ensures consequence and corrects behavior.
Before you vote on legislation, talk to the victims of crime in Baltimore City. Talk to those people who have lost loved ones, those who have been victims of robberies and rapes, and those who have people dealing in open-air drug markets right out in front of their door where they can't even walk out the front door because they may not want mass incarceration, but they do want consequences that changes the behavior that allows them to live their fragile lives.
Now, Democrats are also pushing the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, which would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder. There's also a hearing for that bill today. And these bills have been drafted as there have been calls for more to be done about the juvenile crime crisis. Of course, you can get updates on these hearings on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But stick around, because coming up in about 30 minutes, we're taking a closer look at the Republican-backed bills on juvenile justice, which are much different than the bills that I just told you about. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
The operator hires personnel located in the Baltimore area. The operator shows improvement in the delivery of special education services, ensuring that there's compliance with grant management.
That's a list that should apply to all of our schools.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. After weeks of uncertainty, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys remains open, but with a list of requirements. In fact, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a closer look at those conditions and why some say they just aren't fair. Shannon.
Yeah, when it comes to those conditions for the charter, Tom, a lot of people are actually saying that this puts public schools under more scrutiny, because we know in a lot of ways our public schools in the city are not measuring up. So where are the conditions for them?
First thing that I think of is hypocrisy. I don't think there's anybody who doubts that the schools should be in compliance to make sure that they're actually educating our children. The question is, why would you require this of a charter school and not the rest of the school system?
If more of these schools, the traditional schools, would do these things, the schools would be much better. Education would be much better for thousands of young people in Baltimore City.
So let's take another look at some of the requirements being placed on the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. In order to stay open, they have to hire staff located in Baltimore, they have to improve special education services, and show compliance with grant management. On top of that, they must hire more certified teachers, a city-approved financial expert, and improve data processes. Meanwhile, as both Eurypsy Morgan and former City Councilman Carl Stokes pointed out, there are major problems within city schools. In fact, take a look at this. According to the Maryland State Department of Education, 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students who took standardized tests proficient in math. So they are calling this a double standard.
So, Shannon, what are Baltimore schools doing to improve the math scores in those schools that you mentioned?
Well, there's a couple of ways, Patrice, that a spokesperson tells us they're trying to boost those scores. One of the ways is through professional development for teachers, and then another way is through summer learning for students. But we did ask if city schools are going to be held to a similar requirement as the charter school, and a spokesperson tells us that those are two unrelated situations. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:07 now. Today we are expecting the man accused of trying to bring explosives in his suitcase on a flight from Allentown, Pennsylvania to Orlando this week to appear in court.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how things are expected to play out. Megan.
Guys, who you see right here, this is 40-year-old Mark Muffley. Police say he hid that device in the lining of his luggage along with a can of butane and a lighter on Monday. Court documents showed the explosive was a circular compound about 3 inches in diameter. It was wrapped in wax-like paper and clear plastic wrap. We're hearing it contained commercial-grade firework material and had 2 fuses, one of which bomb technicians say Muffley added himself. We're told he checked the bag, but during the security screening, an alarm went off. And when TSA agents tried to page him to come back to the desk, Muffley was caught on surveillance slipping out the door in the lower level of the Lehigh Valley International Airport. The FBI later arresting him at his home in Lansford, Pennsylvania later that night. Court records show that Muffley, he's got a long criminal history from possession of controlled substances. He's got harassment on there, even theft. He's expected to be in court at 1:30 this afternoon in Allentown. That's the latest from our live center.
We are also standing at the intersection of incompetence and a dereliction of duty.
Frustration from residents whose homes were swallowed by a massive sinkhole. The controversial response from Baltimore City.
Deal or no deal when it comes to the conduit system in Baltimore. Just ahead, when we could see it again on the Board of Estimates agenda.
We're tracking some rain showers this morning. More rain on the way for us tomorrow. We'll talk about how it's going to shape up for your first weekend of March. Coming up on Fox 45, the Early Edition.
5:11. Warmer temperatures are rolling in today, and they're reminding us that spring is almost here. Plus, the cherry blossoms are coming in a little earlier this year.
The 3,700 cherry blossom trees slated to reach peak bloom in D.C. from March 22nd through the 25th this year. It's about a week ahead of schedule due to the unusually warm winter. And keep watching Fox 45 this morning in our 9 o'clock hour. We're listing out the best places to see cherry blossoms right here in Baltimore. You don't have to go down to D.C.
This deal is done. The vote from last week is valid.
A heated exchange between city leaders as the debate over control of the conduit system continues, while critics are questioning where the mayor's best interests lie.
Some of the best entertainment acts making stops right here in Baltimore. The band that you will have you rocking and rolling all night. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .515, developing this morning, a Fox 45 News investigation uncovering some cracks in the city's handling of last summer's sinkhole right along North Avenue.
The city claimed it inspected the storm drain that caused that sinkhole recently, but Fox 45 found that that might not be the case.
As Rebecca Pryor reports, homeowners who lost everything want the city to pay up.
Yeah, these homeowners' stories are heartbreaking, and this image right here puts that heartbreak into perspective. Take a look at this massive patch of dirt. It is all that's left after the city demolished an entire row of homes last summer. Following the tragedy, the city has refused to reimburse the homeowners for what they lost, but now those homeowners are fighting back.
We are standing at the intersection of Homewood Avenue and North Avenue. We are also standing at the intersection of incompetence and a dereliction of duty.
Renewing calls for reimbursement through Vigna Raja, a legal representative for North Avenue homeowners, citing a Fox 45 investigation uncovering the city's lack of maintenance on a 115-year-old stone arch storm drain. The city initially telling Fox 45 this year an earlier internal review of the North Avenue drain did not indicate items of concern. But when pressed for proof of that inspection, the city admitting months later the storm drain's latest inspection occurring 23 years ago. far from last year.
If there weren't repeated efforts by a local news station haranguing and harassing them to tell the truth, their lie might have persisted.
The outdated drain collapsing last July, causing a sinkhole to form and ultimately forcing the demolition of several homes. In a matter of days, everything Quentin Bell and Monique Bess owned, gone. And the city claims they owe residents nothing in return. In a letter sent to homeowners in November, Baltimore City's legal department writing, quote, before a local government is required to pay a citizen for a loss, the claimant must first show the city had notice of the defect which caused the loss. So for months, Fox 45 has been asking the city, how could residents have possibly predicted an underground drain would collapse? Finally, on Tuesday, DPW spokesperson Blair Adams acknowledging they couldn't. Adams writing, quote, there is no way anyone has that kind of insight to predict when such an incident will occur. Adams going on to explain it's the city's responsibility to monitor drainage systems so they can document signs of concern, a responsibility that's also mandated by state law. The Maryland Department of the Environment requiring Baltimore City to inspect storm drains at least once every 3 years in an effort to protect the environment, public health, and safety. But according to the city's response to Fox 45's recent Maryland Public Information Act request, this storm drain went unchecked for more than 2 decades.
If you don't conduct the inspection, you won't be able to see the repairs that are necessary to avert disaster.
Vignaraja arguing not knowing what cracks and crevices could lie beneath Baltimore streets poses a threat to every home, business, and building in the city. So just because this didn't happen to you doesn't mean it won't.
There are ticking time bombs all across this city underneath the ground because they haven't done inspections in decades. Who falls victim next is anyone's guess.
Now, it's important to note that the only reason the city admitted they hadn't inspected this drain in over 2 decades was because they were legally obligated to respond to my Public Information Act request. That being said, I've also asked the city countless other questions about this very issue that they have blatantly ignored or downright refused to respond to. I've added a list of those questions online. You can find them in this story on our website at foxbaltimore.com. And trust me, what the city won't comment on says a lot. Reporting in Baltimore City, Rebecca Pryor, Fox 45 News.
It is 5:19 and we need some spring weather.
We do, and to bring those spring flowers back up, which they're already coming up, crocuses, the snowdrops, all those other ones, irises that are popping up through here, the rain, and it looks like we're getting that today.
Yeah, spring rain is good, right? You know, it's interesting, too, because we had the driest or least snowiest meteorological winter ever. We only got 0.2 of an inch of precipitation, and that was back on February 1st, so about a month ago. Now we're talking about the rain that is here and those temperatures that are going to continue to be in the above average category. Yesterday, not bad. We had some 50s out there, but we are starting off this morning mainly in the 40s. In fact, officially, we're at 45 degrees at BWI. You can see some of those low clouds and some of the rain showers that are out there at this time. On our HD radar, had a few showers that rolled through Baltimore City, out through Dundalk and Essex, moving out toward Edgewood. Also down toward the south and Arundel County, you're seeing that line of showers right around Bowie, and that's moving over toward Crofton, over toward Annapolis, so it's coming right from west to east down the Highway 50 corridor. As you look a little bit further to the south, we actually have seen some thunderstorms and a couple of lightning strikes there, areas through the D.C. metro area, crossing south over to Cambridge on the eastern shore. There is a little bit more of that rain to come along this frontal boundary, which is right there. That's the cold front, this area of low pressure to the north, kind of dragging everything through. So what we're going to see is that front move through over the next couple of hours, and we still have to get through some of the rain showers. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, just go ahead, make sure they have the rain slicker on and the umbrella at the bus stop this morning. In the 6 and 7 o'clock hour, we'll stay in the 40s. But by noontime, we're dried out nicely. We're going to be in the mid to upper 60s and keeping those upper 60s going with a warm afternoon ahead. Look at some of these numbers. Typically right about 50 degrees this time of year, mid to upper 60s across central Maryland. Now, notice on our temperature tracker that big drop off tomorrow with the colder air that'll be in place. And then our numbers get back and rebound in the above average category for the weekend and even into early next week. Showing you what's going on our future scan. So we dry out later today. We expect to see more sunshine, but the wind is going to pick up as well. Then Friday, we'll start off with some showers in some of the morning time areas. We'll see a few of those showers. By the afternoon, kind of a bit of a break, and then the heaviest rain really coming in on Friday night. And those temperatures, they don't get out of the 40s. So it is going to be a much colder day Friday. But we rebound nicely. Saturday, we get the breezes to pick up. Temperatures back to the mid to upper 50s, even some lower 60s for early next week. Patrice?
Justin, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and our drive times. You are in the clear right now. If you need to get up and out, now might be the time. You're in the green. Your longest commute, 95 to 83, that's just 9 minutes. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841, both running late, running about 5 to 10 minutes behind allowed time for travel there. If your ride is on light rail link, no delays or issues. Looking good, in fact, in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway Link checking in on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Juvenile justice is an ongoing debate here in Annapolis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the different bills that Democrats and Republicans are pushing.
The mayor's controversial deal with BGE seems to be in limbo. Just ahead, the continued back and forth and when the Board of Estimates is going to take up this conversation again. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Well, making your headlines this morning, President Joe Biden expected to meet with Senate Democrats today.
This comes after he helped to kick off the Democratic Caucus Issues Conference in Baltimore. House Democrats are here for the three-day policy retreat. They're talking about some of the biggest issues facing the party, including how to win back a majority in the 2024 election. During his keynote speech, the president urged Democrats to tout his administration's accomplishments as their own, especially when it comes to creating new jobs.
but we can see it on your districts. Those 12 million new jobs, they're real jobs, man. It means we've created more jobs in 2 years than any presidential term in American history. Not just created, but you created it. You did it.
The three-day conference ends tomorrow.
Still ahead this morning, spring-like day ahead. Our Weather Authority team letting us know just how high the temperatures will get.
Into space, the new crew heading to the International Space Station, and how long they're going to be there. That's all coming up from the Live Center. 5:26 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about how long the rain is going to stick around.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice, Tom. Good morning to all of you as well. Going to be at least for the next couple of hours. Our commute going to be a little bit wet. You can kind of see that from our Towson camera right here. Some of those roads wet. We're taking a break from the rain for some of you at this time. You can see on our HD radar, most of the heavier rain is in southern Maryland. But on the left side of your screen for Hagerstown and Frederick, we're starting to see that next line of showers, and that's eventually going to roll through the Baltimore area over the next couple of hours. So a few morning showers. We still get above average temperatures later today. It'll warm up nicely, and then a much colder rain is coming in for tomorrow. So I have a yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Just know those roads going to be just a little wet with temperatures staying in the 40s for the next few hours. We're back with the full forecast. We'll take a look at what we can expect for the first weekend of the brand new month.
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lynch Solar Traffic Network here. And let's some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. No issues to report on any major roads around Baltimore.
Turning now to your Session 2023 coverage as juvenile crime is top of mind for lawmakers in Annapolis.
Today, both Democrats and Republicans have hearings for bills relating to juvenile crime.
Olivia Dance joins us from Annapolis with a closer look at what the Republicans are pushing. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, Republicans are trying to crack down on the juvenile crime crisis with the new bills that they've drafted. And we spoke with Tyrone Powers, who's a former FBI agent, about the concerns over children committing crimes.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
Now in Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge so far this year. Today in Annapolis, there is a hearing for the Juvenile Gun Offenses Accountability Act of 2023, which is a Republican-backed bill that would allow children as young as 10 to be charged with gun crimes. Republicans are also trying to change the current law preventing anyone under 13 from being charged with any crime. Now they want that threshold to be 11 years old. And beyond juvenile justice, earlier this week, there was a hearing for a Republican-backed bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals. Delegate Metzger of Baltimore County is the sponsor of that bill and says Republicans are taking a different approach to crime than Democrats.
We talk about we want to be tough on crime. We as lawmakers, as leaders, we need to send a message. I think that the Democrats want the soft approach. I think the Republican says, you know what, enough's enough.
And of course, we will have full coverage of all the hearings today, and you can get updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Republicans are also backing a bill that would prevent plea deals for anyone charged with a violent crime like murder, rape, assault, or even robbery. Republican delegate Rick Metzger is sponsoring this bill. He says it would address the violent crime that we're seeing across the state, including in Baltimore City.
We talk about we want to be tough on crime. We as lawmakers, as leaders, we need to send a message. And the message is that, just like Ivan Bates said, if you want to commit a crime, bring your toothbrush. This bill is going to eliminate the plea bargain.
The bill faced some concerns from Democrats, like an increased workload for states' attorneys. But Delegate Metzger is defending the bill, saying repeat violent criminals need to be held accountable, and this bill is one way of stopping crime. Well, coming up in our next hour, former city prosecutor Jeremy Eldridge will be joining us live to talk about this bill and if it could work.
Here in Baltimore, City Councilman Christopher Burnett wants to increase fines on businesses that allow teens in their stores during school hours. The law against it has been on the books since 2014. The fine is currently $500. The councilman wants to increase it to $1,000. Business owners say the law is unfair.
They are violent upside there. So if something happens in front of my door, if I go upside and try to tell them, guys, you have to calm down, no. They will attack me.
I would push back with the notion that businesses bear no responsibility. I mean, we have businesses are responsible. If a student comes in and someone under the age of 21 wants to buy alcohol, it's the business's job to say, hey, I can't serve you.
The new bill is in response to January shooting at Edmondson Shopping Center. One teen was killed, 4 others were hurt.
Well, this morning, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE seems to be hanging in the balance.
2 weeks ago, the mayor approved the deal in a Board of Estimates meeting without the comptroller or city council president there. They set out to try to stop the vote.
Now, the board members took up the issue once again in their meeting just yesterday. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the outcome from that meeting and the continued back and forth. Shannon?
Yeah, after a lot of back and forth right here at City Hall, Tom, no decision was even made. The mayor is still at complete odds with the comptroller and the city council president. He says the deal is done. They say otherwise.
The vote was valid and the deal is done.
This is yet another example of the administration picking and choosing what to do.
I don't think that you're actually operating in the best interest of the citizens of Baltimore.
Never, and I repeat, never have I done anything or made any decision that was not in the best interest of those who call this great city home. If there was a better deal to be done, that deal would have been done.
Those fiery words coming just minutes after the gavel fell in yesterday's Board of Estimates meeting. At issue, an agreement the mayor signed last month, which gives BGE broad control over the city's underground conduit system. The comptroller and council president say they were kept in the dark about the agreement and had little time to review it. And since they sat out of the meeting in protest when that vote took place, they argue the vote should not count since there was not enough people there to hold it. Again, in the end, no agreement could be reached in this meeting yesterday, but we know that the deal with BGE will be back on the agenda for the Board of Estimates meeting that will happen next month. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Fox 45 News will continue to demand answers about the conduit deal. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A successful joint mission for SpaceX and NASA earlier this morning from Florida's Kennedy Space Center.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with a new video just coming into the newsroom. Megan.
Always exciting to see this. The Crew 6 team now on their way to the International Space Station. Check it out.
3, 2, 1. Engines full power and liftoff of Crew 6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
On board right now are NASA astronauts Stephen Bowen and Warren Hoburg, Russian cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev, and Sultan Al-Niadai, who is the second astronaut from the United Arab Emirates, are all traveling to space as we speak. The crew is expected to spend the next 6 months in space. They're going to be conducting some science experiments and maintaining the International Space Station. This morning's launch was the second attempt, by the way, to get Crew 6 off the ground. The first was scrubbed on Monday with less than 3 minutes on the launch clock because of a ground systems issue. We are told the trip to the ISS should take roughly 25 hours here. We're hearing that in 17 hours, around 11:30 tonight, they're going to go live. That's usually 2 hours before docking. So early tomorrow morning, if you want to watch this, they're going to be streaming live as they're getting close to the ISS. That's the latest from our live center.
The first thing that I think of is hypocrisy.
A city charter school remains open, but with a list of conditions. Why some failing public schools are not being held to the same standard.
The man accused of trying to sneak an explosive past TSA will be in court today. How his escape plan failed.
Plus, warmer temperatures today. Our weather authority team is letting us know if it's going to last through the weekend. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
We're 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Thursday morning, opening the big live window. Well, the HD radar is here now, talking about those rain showers. We even saw those thunderstorms that were parts of the eastern shore, south of Easton, out towards Salisbury. You can see those lightning strikes right there. Most of us just seeing a few light showers with a little bit more rain on the way over the next couple of hours. So we'll talk about how long this rain is going to stick around and what we can expect with our temperatures later this afternoon. Think you're going to like those numbers. We'll do it coming up.
541 and happening today, Amtrak will host an industry day for interested companies to learn about solicitations for the BNP tunnel replacement program.
Now, representatives from Amtrak will be answering questions and presenting an overview of the program. It's happening at Coppin State University at 9 o'clock this morning.
This is the worst snowstorm I've ever been in, I'm pretty sure.
Wicked winter storms continue to impact thousands in California. The area is being hit the hardest, and when they could expect some relief. Look at that.
Plus, a charter school under scrutiny and getting the green light to remain open in Baltimore. Why critics say Baltimore's public schools should be held to the same standards. 542, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
544 and trending this morning. Get your black and white makeup ready because the legendary rock band Kiss announcing their final tour, including a stop here in Baltimore. Now, the end of the road tour will be kicking off in October in Texas. The band will finish their career where they started 50 years ago at New York's Madison Square Garden. They'll be performing at CFG Bank Arena in Baltimore November 29th. Tickets go on sale Monday.
Wow. We are following wicked weather that continues to impact thousands in California. A state of emergency has been declared in Southern California's mountain communities where back-to-back winter storms have left thousands of people snowed in. According to officials, some areas are seeing 4 to 5 feet of snow on top of several feet that already came down over the weekend.
The roof is showing cracks inside the house from the snow weight on top of the roof. She says roughly it's about 5, maybe 6 feet on my roof piled up.
Meanwhile, up north, the situation isn't any better. California's Sierra Nevada mountains saw blizzard conditions and freezing temperatures Wednesday. The National Weather Service reports that more than 90 inches of snowfall fell in some areas. Now across the state, authorities are working to restore power as severe weather has left thousands of homes and businesses in the dark.
Now in Maryland, we are seeing completely different conditions. On the left, live look from the Inner Harbor. On the right, though, you're seeing the boardwalk in Ocean City. Warmer temperatures rolling in today, spring-like.
I like it. Let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, tracking some rain showers this morning, guys, but even now, not bad. Our temperatures are in the 40s. We're going to see those 60s here later this afternoon. In some areas around Maryland, going to be in the lower 70s later today. So this is our live look right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Lots of those low clouds kind of hanging around. We have had some showers that have rolled through over the last couple of hours. So if you're out in the next hour or two, you will have to deal with some of those wet roads. 45 your temp right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. So that number is warmer than where we typically are this time of year for the morning. Saw a few showers that just rolled through Baltimore City, up into Dundalk, down through Riviera Beach, Edgemere, across the bay into areas to the south and Anne Arundel County, down through Severna Park and Annapolis. You're seeing some of those light showers right now. That's crossing over into the eastern shore. And when you pull out a little bit further, we actually had a few rumbles of thunder here in southern Maryland, moved through D.C. and now out through Easton and even down towards Salisbury with some more moderate rain. And there is more rain on the way moving in from the west. This is as that cold front continues to move into our area through the morning time. Let's take a look at that hour-by-hour future scan. So next hour, notice those showers start to move in to Carroll and Baltimore counties. This is about 7 o'clock for your drive. So as you get the kids out to the bus stop and you get yourself out as well, just know you're going to have to deal with some of those spotty rain showers. By about 8 o'clock, we do expect most of this rain to be out of here. And then for the afternoon, we're going to see that wind come in from the northwest, and our temperatures are going to warm up significantly. Even though we'll keep a few clouds around throughout the day, most of those will be of the high cloud variety. Here's a look at the next 12 hours. Temperatures in the 40s now, but we're on our way to the 60s through midday and mid to upper 60s into the later part of the afternoon. Some of us will be almost 20 degrees above average. Might not be the best morning to play some golf, but this afternoon you're going to be fine, drying out nicely, and at least a 1 club wind out there with temperatures in the 60s. I'd love to shoot in the 60s, but you know, at least in the entire 18, not just the front 9. All right, so here's a look at your temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Mid to upper 60s for your temperatures this afternoon. Those highs continue to be warm in Harford and Cecil counties as well. Enjoy today because we've got much colder conditions for tomorrow as our next weather maker comes in. So future scan shows us we dry out for the afternoon. Rain showers start early tomorrow morning and then off and on showers through the middle part of the day. Heaviest rain, look at this, about 7, 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow night. That's when we'll see, and those temperatures staying cold, only in the 40s for our highs. Right back to the 50s on Saturday and Sunday as we dry out for the weekend, even lower 60s early next week. Patrice?
Thank you, Justin. We want to see how you are enjoying the warmer weather today. Scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Well, taking a look at your Len Stoller Traffic Network and some of the live cameras that we're showing you around the Baltimore region. No issues to report from the eastern shore all the way to Frederick. Nothing. The only one is one vehicle, 95 southbound in Laurel, and that's not causing any delays. Here's a live look now coming from our Len Stoller mobile track, the outer loop right in the Pikesville area. And yeah, the wipers going there occasionally, but not too bad there. As Justin was talking about, the rain's more south of the area. Now a check on your mass transit. In Baltimore, we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511, Camden Train 843, and Penn 407, all running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service from end to end, and Metro Subway Link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The Maryland Auto Show is back, and you have the chance to win tickets to it. All you have to do is wait for your cue to call, and you could win 4 tickets valid for 1 day to the Maryland Auto Show. It's happening at the Baltimore Convention Center between March 10th and 12th. Just keep watching for your chance to win, or you can also get tickets or learn more about the MarylandAutoShow.com.
A vote to abolish the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program at one Florida college. I break down the controversial move and how it could impact students nationwide.
Juvenile crime top of mind for lawmakers in Annapolis. Breakdown of 4 bills coming from both sides of the aisle. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.54 and making headlines this morning, the White House is defending its student loan forgiveness plan as the Supreme Court considers whether the program is constitutional.
Now, the plan officially announced in August would cancel up to $20,000 in student loan debt for eligible borrowers. Critics argue the plan is too expensive and unfair to those who paid back their loans or chose not to go to college. The Congressional Budget Office estimates it could cost $400 billion over the next 30 years. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that the administration is confident in its legal authority to implement this plan.
Let's not forget who this helps. It helps teachers, it helps firefighters, nurses, police officers. That is who we're talking about, and giving that extra little time, an extra breathing room.
You're teaching kids that you can make a contract for an obligation, and it doesn't really matter if you signed up for it, if you agreed to it. Big Brother's going to come on and take it. It's really, really bad for our country.
The Education Department stopped taking applications for the program in November because of the legal challenges. About 26 million people have already applied for debt forgiveness, and 16 million applications have been approved.
Now, in San Diego, parents are protesting a school district's discipline policy.
The San Diego Unified School District rolled out its restorative discipline policy in 2020. It is designed to avoid a one-size-fits-all approach to discipline. Serious approaches such as expulsion require school board approval. Parents now fear that it is actually causing more harm to students. They allege that students who have threatened the lives of their peers have been allowed to stay in the classroom.
As elected officials, you put in place a policy during lockdown with little to no resources to maintain it. It allows the very students it's meant to protect to continue committing acts of violence with no consequences.
District has said it appreciates parent feedback and will ensure the policy is being enforced as it should. Now, Sinclair Broadcast Group has reached out to the district for comment, but has not yet heard back.
When it comes to what people are learning in school, another topic is getting a lot of backlash.
A public college recently voted to get rid of its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, also known as DEI. Well, the DD Gatton is joining us now with the reaction.
Experts say the DEI movement is tied to efforts to create equitable workplaces in schools, while critics say the recent decision to abolish the program at the New College of Florida is a political move that silences voices. Others say programs like this at campuses nationwide do the opposite of what they intend and prioritize a person's identity over their individual merit.
Give students the foundation so that they can think for themselves.
A vote to abolish the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, or DEI, program at the New College of Florida. Some professors say it's a necessary move to protect taxpayers and the American identity, as efforts to either pause, ban, or limit DEI-related policies are underway at campuses nationwide, from Oklahoma to Texas to North Carolina.
And students are going to be going through this system where it's not going to be based on merit and competency. Instead, it's a system based on take these ideas, take them as if they're fact, you'll be cycled through the system, and if you complain about it, you're going to be marginalized within the system.
Some question whether DEI programs are working, as the National Center for Education Statistics points to research showing more than half of reported on-campus hate crimes at post-secondary institutions in 2019 were motivated by race or ethnicity. Others argue this debate is politically motivated.
Please try to understand this hostility is born out of the fact that this truly constitutes a hostile learning environment. So I smell corruption.
College admissions also being criticized. Some argue the LSAT introduces racial bias, as the Supreme Court is set to decide whether race can be used in the college admissions process.
When people are pushing this idea that we need to treat people differently because of identity, well, isn't that the thing that we were trying to move away from?
Trustees, some picked by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, voted Tuesday to abolish the program. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
Download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Juvenile justice is an ongoing debate here in Annapolis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the different bills that Democrats and Republicans are pushing.
The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys will stay open, but with conditions. Coming up, the scrutiny that city schools are now facing following that vote.
Just because he feels this deal is in the best interest does not mean he is automatically right.
Board of Estimates meeting on the mayor's conduit deal ends in a heated debate. Coming up in our next half hour, the upcoming vote and why the mayor says that won't matter.
Rain showers, you can see them over my left shoulder here on the radar, moving through this morning. We'll talk about how long this rain sticks around and how much warmer we get for the afternoon. Fox 45 Morning News starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, March 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Rain right now. When will it end?
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here to fill us in on that.
3223 today, too.
Yes, excited about that.
I'm very excited. Yeah, a little palindrome
Which way,
action.
Yeah, I was going to say, which way are you going with that?
Backward, forward. Yeah. So we'll take it outside right now with some of the rain showers that we have. This is what it looks like here from our Towson camera. A lot of those low clouds. If you're just getting up with us, hey, good morning. Hello. Wiping the sleep from your eyes as we show you what's going on with our HD radar. We had a few showers earlier this morning. Not really seeing a lot of rain here through the Baltimore region. A few light showers down through parts parts of Anne Arundel County. More rain is on the way from the west. That's going to be moving in over the next couple of hours. We even had a few thunderstorms in parts of southern Maryland over the last few hours. So temperatures right now mainly in the mid to upper 40s, not the cold rain that we're going to be dealing with here for tomorrow. And you can see on our weather story a few of those showers for this morning, above average temperatures, but definitely that colder rain rolling in on your Friday. I do have a yellow light. Mr. Bo says take it slow just because those roads were wet and will continue to stay wet through the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Now taking a look at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. No issues to report, and we're showing you a live look right now from 895 and 95 just south of the city, and vehicles moving along just fine, no issues.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
This year alone, nearly 24 juveniles in Baltimore have been charged with murder, robbery, or a weapons charge.
Today, both Democrats and Republicans have hearings for bills related to juvenile crime.
And Olivia Dance joining us live from Annapolis. First, she has a closer look at what Democrats are pushing. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Democrats are pushing two major bills. The first is the Youth Equity and Safety Act, and there's a hearing for that bill at 1 today right here in Annapolis. Now, the bill would end the practice of automatically charging juveniles as adults in serious crimes like murder. But as Tom mentioned, we know that in Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge so far this year, according to statistics from the Baltimore Police Department. Now, former FBI agent Tyrone Powers is stressing the need for juvenile justice legislation that ensures consequences and corrects behavior.
Before you vote on legislation, talk to the victims of crime in Baltimore City. Talk to those people who have lost loved ones, those who have been victims of robberies and rapes, and those who have people dealing in open-air drug markets right out in front of their door where they can't even walk out the front door because they may not want mass incarceration, but they do want consequences that changes the behavior that allows them to live their fragile lives.
Now, Democrats are also pushing the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, which would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder. There's also a hearing for that bill today. And these bills have been drafted as there have been calls for more to be done about the juvenile crime crisis. Of course, you can get updates on these hearings on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But stick around because in about 30 minutes, we're taking a closer look at the Republican-backed bills on juvenile justice, which are much different than the bills that I just told you about. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
If you would like to talk with your local lawmakers about the issues important to you, you can scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you directly to our website, which lists their official emails and phone numbers.
The operator hires personnel located in the Baltimore area. The operator shows improvement in the delivery of special education services, ensuring that there's compliance with grant management.
That's a list that should apply to all of our schools.
Now, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. After weeks of uncertainty, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys remains open, though, with a list of requirements.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with a closer look at those conditions and why some say
Yeah, when it comes to those conditions for the charter, Patrice, for many, it's just putting more scrutiny on city schools because we know in a lot of ways in our public school system here in the city, those schools are not measuring up. And so where are the conditions for them?
First thing that I think of is hypocrisy. I don't think there's anybody who doubts that the schools should be in compliance to make sure that they're actually educating our children. The question is, why would you require this of a charter school and not the rest of the school system?
If more of these schools, the traditional schools, would do these things, the schools would be much better. Education would be much better for thousands of young people in Baltimore City.
Yeah, so let's take another look at some of the requirements being placed on the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. So in order to stay open, they must do these things right here. They must hire staff located in Baltimore, improve special education services, and show compliance with grant management. On top of that, they have to hire more certified teachers and a city-approved financial expert, as well as improve data processes. Meanwhile, as both Eurypsy Morgan and former City Councilman Carl Stokes pointed out, there are major problems within city schools. In fact, take a look at this. According to the Maryland State Department of Education, 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students who took standardized tests who are proficient in math. So, Tom and Patrice, they are calling this a double standard.
Shannon, is the city school system doing anything to improve math scores in those schools that you mentioned?
Yeah, so we did reach out about that, Patrice, and a spokesperson tells us they are doing a couple of things to try to boost those scores in those 23 schools that we mentioned. One of the ways is through professional development for teachers, and another way is through summer learning for students. Now, we also asked if those schools are going to be held to some of the same requirements that the charter is going to be held to. The spokesperson tells us that those are 2 unrelated situations. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to know what you think. Should those responsible for failures in city schools be fired? 99% of those who have voted so far say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the polls tab.
Lawmakers in Annapolis are debating multiple bills to crack down on juvenile crime. Topping our next half hour, what Republicans are pushing for.
And the man accused of trying to sneak an explosive past TSA will be in court today. We're going to tell you how he was caught and what happens now.
Dealing with some rain showers for your Thursday morning as we head toward the weekend. We'll talk about more rain on the way. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Welcome back. Our Weather Authority forecast here at 6:09. We are seeing temperatures that are not bad right now, mainly in the 40s at this time, but we are tracking some of those rain showers. You can see them right here on our HD radar, moving from west to east. More of that rain's going to move in over the next couple of hours, but statewide, our numbers are in the 40s, even some lower 50s right now across the region. Out for your morning drive again, it's going to be a little bit wet, especially through about 8 a.m., but we do expect drier conditions and much warmer temperatures for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
6:10 now. Today, we are expecting the man that is accused of trying to bring explosives in his suitcase on a flight from Allentown, Pennsylvania to Orlando this week to appear in court.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with how things are expected to play out. Megan.
That's right, guys. Right here. This is 40-year-old Mark Muffley that you see there. Police say he actually hid that device in the lining of the suitcase that you saw right there, along with a can of butane and a lighter. This all happening on Monday. Court documents showed the explosive was a circular compound around 3 inches in diameter. It was wrapped in wax-like paper, they say, and then clear plastic wrap. We are hearing it contained commercial-grade firework material, and it had 2 fuses, one of which bomb technicians say Muffley added himself. We are told he checked the bag, but it was during security screening that an alarm went off. And when TSA agents tried to page him to come back to the desk, Muffley was gone, caught on surveillance, slipping out the door on the lower level of the Lehigh Valley International Airport. The FBI, though, later arresting him at his home in Lansford, Pennsylvania, later that night. Court records show he's got a lengthy criminal history here, from possession of controlled substances. There's harassment on there, theft. He's expected to be in court at 1:30 this afternoon in Allentown. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center.
In South Carolina, the Alec Murdaugh trial continues. After the break, the rare occurrence the jury is participating in.
Powerful tribute from Chicago police to remember one of their own killed in the line of duty. How the deadly encounter started. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .614 and around the world this morning. A train crash leaves at least 43 dead and many others injured in Greece. We broke in yesterday morning with this, a passenger train colliding with a freighter. It's the deadliest train accident in Greek history. Rescue crews were on the scene all day yesterday, searching for survivors. Country's prime minister blaming human error for the tragedy, and a 59-year-old conductor was arrested for negligence hours after it happened. Protests taking place in the streets of Athens in response. Rioters throwing bricks. You see it right here, some of the video, at the doors of the Greek rail company responsible for that crash. Protesters also feel the rail company was negligent.
Taking a live look over Chicago this morning after an officer was shot and killed while responding to a domestic call. This was the scene last night of the powerful tribute from Chicago police for the fallen officer. The streets were flooded in blue as officers and first responders all across the city honor that fallen officer in a procession. The Chicago police superintendent told reporters the officers knew they were confronting an armed and dangerous person.
They were there to protect this victim, and they were willing to put their lives on the line to protect this victim.
Now, the gunman was also shot and is in critical condition. This comes just hours after Chicago's police superintendent David Brown, who you just heard from, announced that he will step down next week following Mayor Lori Lightfoot losing her bid for re-election. Both candidates who advanced to a runoff said they would replace Brown if they are elected. The Chicago district attorney is also resigning.
In South Carolina, the jury for Alec Murdaugh in the trial went to a crime scene, spending an hour at the Murdaugh estate. Prosecutors accuse Alec murdering his wife and son in a failed effort to conceal his financial crimes.
And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him.
Now, you can listen to daily episodes of our sister station's podcast, The Murdaugh Murders, Money and Mystery. It highlights each day's new developments. Just scan that QR code you see right there on your screen. Search Murdaugh in where you would find your podcast in that area.
A little closer to home, we are learning the 3 people that police arrested after a chase from Baltimore County into Pennsylvania are all juveniles. That's according to police in York County, where the chase picked up along Interstate 83 Tuesday. Baltimore County police tell us they identified a vehicle they believe was involved in an armed robbery, and they pursued it up I-83. Investigators in Pennsylvania say marijuana was found, but there was no mention of a weapon.
With spring fast approaching, it means cherry blossom season also is on the way. But this year, they're expected to bloom a little bit earlier.
The 3,700 cherry blossom trees are slated to reach peak bloom from March 22nd through 25th this year. That's about a week ahead of schedule due to the unusually warm winter. Make sure you're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore later today, because we're going to list the top places that you can see cherry blossoms right here in Baltimore. And I know last year, Naomi and I went for a girls' trip to D.C. to see the cherry blossoms. It was beautiful. It was cold. Our noses were, we were freezing looking at the cherry blossoms last year. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, same thing this year?
I don't know. It's tough because March is trending colder, even though the next couple of days and even early next week we're going to be warmer. But overall, on a whole, we are seeing kind of a dip in temperatures, but about average, which is lower 50s. That's typically what we see for this time of year. But yeah, we've had an unseasonably dry and not snowy winter for meteorological winter, which is now over. Excuse me. And I've seen a lot of those trees that are blossoming around here. I don't know if they're cherry blossoms, but I'm driving around and I'm like, oh, there's a pink blossom on that tree, and it looks very pretty. And the rain definitely helps, which is what we're seeing right now from our Towson camera. Not the best to drive or be outside in, but overall, our numbers are mainly in the 40s. You can see those numbers right there on the right side of your screen as temperatures are hanging in the 40s this morning. This is our HD radar, so not a lot of us getting the actual heavy rain, kind of the misty conditions out there, definitely the wet roads. There is more rain moving in western Maryland, Frederick over into parts of Carroll County. That's going to track over the next couple of hours. Heaviest rain continues to be well to the south of us there in southern Maryland. It's all along this frontal boundary, which is continuing to move in from the west to the east, and that's what's going to be taking place over the next few hours. So basically through the 7 o'clock hour, a couple of those stray showers around, but it's quickly out of here, and more than likely by about 8 or 9 o'clock, that rain is going to be done. We'll keep the clouds around. The wind is going to be shifting, and we'll see more of a northwesterly wind as we head toward the afternoon. There's not a lot of cold air in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So what we're going to see is what we call a mixing scenario, and we'll get that wind to really kind of move in and warm us up as we head toward the afternoon. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, at least in the next couple of hours, go ahead and send them with some rain gear and the umbrella with mid-60s by noon and upper 60s. All of us are going to feel those warmer temperatures today. In fact, we'll see mid to upper 60s and even some lower 70s around parts of the region. We're talking about D.C. down into Richmond. And And yeah, you have a 70-degree day in early March. That definitely helps those blossoms get going. Now we're dropping significantly tomorrow. We're only going to be in the 40s, right back into the 50s for Saturday and Sunday and into next week. Drying out this afternoon. Another round of rain moves in early tomorrow, and then we'll see off and on showers through most of Friday. The heaviest rain really comes Friday night, and it's going to be a colder rain. Then the wind is going to pick up on Saturday, but we dry out as we head into the weekend. Here's an updated look at your holiday countdown. We are 10 days out until we spring forward, which of course is the time change. 15 days away from St. Patty's Day, so 2 weeks from tomorrow. And, you know, I'm excited about this. 5 weeks from today is opening day there at Camden Yards for your Baltimore Orioles. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Rainy and colder tomorrow. The rain moves out of here. Saturday, we'll see some clouds left over, but breezy conditions, 50s through Sunday, and even, as I mentioned, lower 60s early next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your lane solar traffic network and slow down 95 northbound right near the tunnel there. You see it in red. We're hearing about an incident having heavy traffic in the area. Now we want to check with Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark. How's mass transit looking?
Well, we're dealing right now, Tom, with a 15-minute delay on light rail link, so certainly a lot of time for travel on light rail link due to that. Metro subway link, though, a different story. Looking good in both directions, no delays or issues out there on the MARC train system. Penn train 511 and Camden train 845, both running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Lawmakers in Washington are debating the cost of insulin coming up. See if you could qualify to pay less for your supply.
The mayor's controversial deal with BGE seems to be in limbo. Just ahead, the continued back and forth and when the Board of Estimates is going to take up this conversation again. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
624 and topping your health headlines, the U.S. Senate has passed legislation that could reveal more information about the origins of COVID-19. Last night, lawmakers passed the COVID Origins Act of 2023 by unanimous consent. The legislation would ask the government to declassify intelligence on the pandemic's origins. This includes any information related to any potential links between the virus and the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China. Similar legislation was passed 2 years ago, known as the COVID Origins Act of 2021. Senate lawmakers are also busy at work considering options to limit the cost of insulin.
Now, this comes after drug maker Eli Lilly cuts its insulin prices by 70%, capping the life-saving drug at $35 a month for private insured people. Democrats want to enforce the limit as a federal law, but some want to take it a step further. Here's Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders with a message to the pharmaceutical industry.
Stop ripping off the American people. Insulin is a good start. We now have Eli Lilly lowering prices. The other two producers of insulin are going to lower their prices. We need legislation to make sure that that is enforced by law, but it is not just insulin. We're going to take on the industry and stop their outrageous greed.
Senator Josh Hawley is also looking to limit drug prices. The Missouri Republican introduced a bill Monday that would cap the cost of insulin at $25 a month for those with private health plans or Medicare.
Developing now, the FDA working toward improving or approving the first vaccines against RSV. That's a highly contagious, sometimes deadly respiratory virus, and it's especially difficult on young people and old people. Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline, they are making the vaccines in formal approval. It could be just months away. Last month, Pfizer officials announcing they hope the RSV vaccine for infants will be approved by August. Moderna working on a vaccine and will file for FDA approval soon.
We have a breezy, warmer, drier afternoon ahead.
Coming up with our Weather Authority team of meteorologists, they're letting us know if these spring-like temperatures will last and how long.
Juvenile justice is an ongoing debate here in Annapolis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the different bills that Democrats and Republicans are pushing. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back on this Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday.
6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the rain and then the warmth, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you're having a good Thursday morning so far. It is Friday Eve, but this is how our Thursday starting with a lot of the cloud cover and the rain from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Temperatures are not too bad. In fact, most of us are in the 40s right now. And you can see on our HD radar, there's not a lot of rain, just kind of the misty conditions with some more rain that's moving into Westminster at this time and over toward Frederick. That's going to continue to track from west to east, but notice the heaviest rain is out toward the eastern shore, especially Ocean City and south of Salisbury, getting some good rain there. Low to mid 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX into Baltimore City. We're seeing Essex and Middle River at 44. Same number for you in Dundalk. So our morning drive, take it slow. We have a yellow light only because those roads are wet and will remain wet through about 8 o'clock this morning. Good news is later today, rain is done and temperatures are going to warm up significantly. We'll talk about just how warm they get in just a few.
Well, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look from 695's inner and outer loops right there. The headlights coming at you on the inner loop here right near Loch Raven Boulevard. Traffic moving along smoothly just like that, but you see the fog that may greet you in certain areas, as Justin was talking about with that moisture in the air.
6:31 and turning now to your session 2023 coverage as juvenile crime is top of mind for lawmakers in Annapolis.
Today, both Democrats and Republicans have hearings for bills relating to juvenile crime.
Olivia Dance joining us live from Annapolis with a closer look at what the Republicans are pushing. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, Republicans are trying to crack down on the juvenile crime crisis with these new bills that they've drafted. And we spoke with Tyrone Powers, a former FBI agent, about the concerns over children committing crimes.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
Now in Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge so far this year. Today in Annapolis, there's a hearing for the Juvenile Gun Offenses Accountability Act of 2023, which is a Republican-backed bill that would allow children as young as 10 to be charged with gun crimes. Republicans are also trying to change the current law, preventing anyone under 13 from being charged with any crime. They want that threshold to be 11 years old. And beyond juvenile justice, earlier this week, there was a hearing for a Republican-backed bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals. Delegate Metzger of Baltimore County is the sponsor of that bill and says Republicans are taking a different approach to crime than Democrats.
We talk about we want to be tough on crime. We as lawmakers, as leaders, we need to send a message. I think that the Democrats want the soft approach. I think the Republican says, you know what, enough's enough.
And of course, we will have full coverage of all the hearings today. And you can also get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Here in Baltimore, City Councilman Christopher Burnett wants to increase fines on businesses that allow teens into their stores during school hours. The law against it has been on the books since 2014. That fine currently $500. The councilman wants to increase it to $1,000. Business owners say the law is unfair.
They are violent upside there. So if something happens in front of my door, if I go upside and try to tell them, guys, you have to calm down, no. They will attack me.
I would push back with the notion that businesses bear no responsibility. I mean, we have businesses are responsible. If a student comes in and someone under the age of 21 wants to buy alcohol, it's the business's job to say, hey, I can't serve you.
The new bill is in response to January shooting at Edmondson Shopping Center. One teen was killed, 4 others were hurt.
This morning, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE seems to be hanging in the balance. 2 weeks ago, Mayor Brandon Scott approved the deal in a Board of Estimates meeting without the comptroller or council president there. They set out to try and stop the vote.
Well, the board members took up the issue once again in their meeting yesterday. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the outcome from that meeting and the continued back and forth. Shannon?
Yeah, after a lot of back and forth right here at City Hall, no decision was even made. Now, we know that the mayor is still at complete odds with the council president and the city's comptroller. He says the deal is done. They say otherwise.
The vote was valid and the deal is done.
This is yet another example of the administration picking and choosing what to do.
I don't think that you're actually operating in the best interest of the citizens of Baltimore.
Never, and I repeat, never have I done anything or made any decision that was not in the best interest of those who call this great city home. If there was a better deal to be done, that deal would have been done.
Those fiery words coming just minutes after the gavel fell in yesterday's Board of Estimates meeting. Now, the issue is an agreement that the mayor signed last month, which gives BGE broad control over the city's underground conduit system. The comptroller and council president say they were kept in the dark about this agreement and had very little time to review it. And since they sat out of the meeting in protest when that vote took place, they argue the vote should not count since there was not enough people there to hold it. Again, in the end, no agreement could be reached, but we do know that this deal with BGE will be back on the agenda in another Board of Estimates meeting next month. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News will continue demanding answers about the conduit deal. You can find all of our past reporting right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
An historic blast off into space. The crew heading to the ISS right now and what their mission will be.
This morning, there will be a few showers for your morning commute. You see that in the foggy, wet pictures there. Temperatures in the 40s now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking a look at when we're going to finally dry out and temperatures will go up. 6:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
In the Reno, Nevada area, snow upon snow. The stormy conditions for Monday and Tuesday tapered off Wednesday morning, but left behind heavy blankets, which hit cars, hemmed in windows, and at this ski resort, even the door, before making way for the sunshine expected Thursday. To warmer shores and a different coating in Myrtle Beach, and a Wednesday afternoon Atlantic tint from yellow pine pollen.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
We are just 20 minutes away from 7 o'clock on your Friday Eve. And yes, we are starting with some rain showers that are moving through the area. Most of the heaviest rain is south of Baltimore City, but still a lot of that mist and those low clouds that are out there at this time. So on your morning drive, just know those roads are going to be wet, but most of that rain is going to be done in the 8 o'clock hour, and we're drier and even warmer later this afternoon. We'll talk about just how warm we get in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. A successful joint mission for SpaceX and NASA earlier this morning from Florida's Kennedy Space Center.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new video just coming into the newsroom.
Yeah, pretty exciting start to the day, guys. The Crew 6 team now on their way to the International Space Station. Check it out.
3, 2, 1. Engines full power and liftoff of Crew 6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
Beautiful. On board right now, NASA astronauts Stephen Bowen and Warren Hoburg, Russian cosmonaut Andrei Fedyev, and Sultan Al-Niyadai. He is now the second astronaut from the United Arab Emirates to travel to space. We got history being made this morning. The crew is expected to spend the next 6 months in space. They're going to conduct some science experiments, maintain the International Space Station. This morning's launch, if you remember, was the second attempt to get Crew 6 off the ground. That first one was scrubbed on Monday with less than 3 minutes on the clock because of a ground systems issue. Now, we are told the trip to the ISS should take roughly 25 hours. We've been watching right here. They're going to go live in 16 hours, which means they should be docking at ISS about 18 hours from right now. We're going to keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center.
Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore is demanding answers on failing schools. In our next hour, why they are now going directly to the state school board.
Maryland lawmakers proposing a way to prevent repeat offenders from getting plea deals. After the break, though, we break down the bill currently moving through the General Assembly with the help of an expert. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We should have filed enhanced penalties.
The justice system, again, says that there are no consequences or repercussions for your action.
A bill making its way through the General Assembly would prevent repeat offenders from getting plea deals. Republicans say it's another tool in the box to get tough on crime. Jeremy Eldridge, former city prosecutor, is joining us this morning with more of a look at this bill. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So this is sponsored by Republican delegate Rick Metzger of Baltimore County, and it says that anyone who's been convicted of a violent crime, something like murder, like rape, assault, something like that, would not be eligible for a plea deal if they went out and did something again. Does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense at all, honestly. This screams that this delegate has not ever sat in any courtroom within the state of Maryland. The first thing that's a problem is that this bill is violative of the United States Constitution. If you're a criminal defendant, you can actually just walk in without an attorney and say, I want to plead guilty to this charge, and the judge can't stop you. So the idea that we're going to put a rule in place that violates the United States Constitution in and of itself, that even if the bill passed, it would be erased moments afterwards. The second thing is it would force our system to come to a screeching halt. There's a reason why the judiciary doesn't support the bill, why the Maryland State's Attorney's Office Association doesn't support the bill, the Office of the Public Defender doesn't support the bill, is because we would need 3 million more lawyers and 4 million more courts to accomplish what this gentleman wants.
Okay, so let's break down what you're saying there. In the first half of that, if someone commits a crime and they've done it repeatedly and now they're back in court, why is it that the judge can't say, here you go, you get the maximum of what you're supposed to serve. I'm not going to give you a lesser plea deal to let you then be back out on the street again. I think that's the fear that people have. We keep doing the same thing and giving them plea deals. And of course, you know, we point to the Luther Trent plea deal that he got 6 months for this arson, then federal court gave him 30 years. So that's the concern that people have. So break that down for us. Why can't we not give them a plea deal?
Well, and I think the Luther Trent situation is such a good example because what everyone forgets is that the victims and witnesses in Luther Trent in the initial stateside prosecution, and this is the inside baseball that a lot of people forgot, they weren't terribly cooperative until Luther Trent went on the news and kind of made a you-know-what out of himself. And then everyone came forward and said, oh, I didn't get my say. So that's the perfect case actually to say it, because let's say you have a murder case where a guy has a prior assault and the state can barely prove this murder. And I was talking to one of the elected state's attorneys locally yesterday about this. And you want to get that conviction, but you know you're going to have a really difficult time proving it in court. Do you take what could be a predator off the street for 10 years and know that the community is going to be safer than 10 years? Or does everyone just force the state to try a case that they're probably going to lose, and then you get absolutely nothing? This is the bird in the hand analogy. And not to mention, you can't force the justice system to come to a halt. If you sent every case to trial where someone had a prior assault in the second degree, which is a low-level crime of violence, you would get nothing done in the court system. And the amount of resources you would need to accomplish what Delegate Metzger wants is unimaginable.
All right. Jeremy Eldridge, out of time. We'll have to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
6:48 now on this Thursday morning, and yeah, foggy conditions, wet foggy conditions outside.
I know it looks really messy out there now. Nothing like what I think you're saying is coming.
This afternoon's going to be great. And by the way, guys, shout out to my mother-in-law Susan, or I'll just call her Glenda the gardener. But she said those pink trees that I see around here are tulip trees, aka Jane Magnolias. So I'm nice. Like, I don't know what that is, but that's what those ones are that I'm seeing.
Very nice.
Not the cherry blossoms. But yes, guys, we're definitely seeing some of those flowers start to sprout a little bit now that we are in meteorological spring. And yes, excuse me, this is what we're talking about with the clouds that are kind of hanging around. The foggy conditions and just some light rain that is falling at this time. In fact, you can see on our HD radar, there's not a lot of green blobs on here at all. We are seeing a few showers move into Westminster and parts of Carroll County over to Mount Airy and Eldersburg as well. Just a little bit of light rain. That's about it. In fact, when you pull out a little bit further, you can see that the lack of rain on the west of us or to the west of us is what we're looking at over the next couple of hours. So we'll just see a few of those spotty showers. The heaviest rain has really been south of Baltimore, southern end of Maryland, down toward the mouth of the the Chesapeake, even out toward the eastern shore. This is all as this cold front moves in from the west. And what we're going to see over the next few hours is, again, just a few spotty showers here and there. And by 8 a.m., most of this rain should be done. We'll keep the clouds around. Then the wind is going to shift and be more from the northwest. That's going to help to dry things out and also to mix down from the upper levels of the atmosphere some warmer air. That's why our temperatures are expected to be so much warmer for the afternoon. They're actually not bad right now. 40s here next hour, even low to mid 50s in that 8 and 9 o'clock hour on your Rise and Shine cast. And we're on our way to the mid and upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. 67 in Perry Hall, 65 in Dundalk, mid 60s for you in Carroll County, even upper 60s for Howard and Anne Arundel counties here. Ellicott City down through Elk Ridge, 70 potentially in Glen Burnie this afternoon, and numbers here are not too bad. Now, here's our future scan. Again, there's the drying process that we'll see later today. We're done with all of that green. Tomorrow, another round of rain. Going to start late tomorrow morning. The commute looking like it may be a little drier right now, but about 9, 10 a.m. is when that first round of rain rolls in. It's going to stay colder through tomorrow afternoon, and the heaviest rain is going to come tomorrow night. So if you have any late night or if you have any date plans for Friday night, you are going to have to get dressed up with the rain gear, and with those temperatures, that will be quite a bit cooler than today. Now, upper 60s for today, but we're only going to get in the mid 40s tomorrow. That is about it. We rebound nicely. Saturday will be breezy to windy, and we'll see those clouds hanging around early. 50s, however, for Saturday and Sunday, and even lower 60s next week. Patrice?
The Maryland Auto Show is back, and you have the chance to win tickets to it. All you have to do is wait for your cue to call, and you could win 4 tickets valid for 1 day to the Maryland Auto Show. It's happening at the Baltimore Convention Center between March 10th and 12th. Just keep watching for your chance to win. And just in case you don't win, you can always get tickets and learn more at MarylandAutoShow.com.
Oh, crackdown on TikTok spreads worldwide, while European officials are now taking action on its government devices.
And yet another reveal in season 9 of The Masked Singer. Still to come, the legend hiding under the polar bear. I don't know if we could be on The Masked Singer. I don't know. We can't. Can we sing? I can't sing. No. Can you sing? All right. And because we wouldn't be able to drink the coffee in the mask.
That's true. Try to get to it. But after we have our coffee, we think we could dance at least a little bit. Either way, it's time for a coffee break.
I thought you were going to start dancing. I was waiting for it.
That's
6:55 now to your assignment, America. The FBI believes with moderate confidence that COVID-19 leaked from a Chinese laboratory.
FBI Director Christopher Wray opening up about it in an interview with Fox News.
So here you're talking about a potential leak from a Chinese government-controlled lab that killed millions of Americans, and that's precisely what that capability was designed for.
Wray says the Bureau's investigation related to COVID's origins continues, and there are classified details he can't share. He adds that the Chinese government is, in his view, doing its best to thwart their work and international probes.
Now, the U.S. intelligence community is split, with some agencies saying that COVID leaked from a lab and others saying it occurred naturally.
Mentions of various COVID-19 conspiracy theories surged after that classified intelligence report indicated that the COVID-19 pandemic was likely caused by a lab leak in China.
The Wall Street Journal publishing a story about the Department of Energy's report Sunday. Media intelligence firm Signal Labs searched through social media, the blogs, and other sites.
It found that online mentions of conspiracy theories involving COVID-19 began to rise within hours after the report was revealed. Officials in Washington emphasized there is no consensus within the U.S. government about the origins of COVID.
Well, the House Foreign Affairs Committee has just advanced a bill that would empower the president to ban TikTok in the United States and crack down on other Chinese economic activity.
This comes as a brand new congressional committee launches an effort to fundamentally change America's approach to the Chinese Communist Party, from economics to social media.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has more from Capitol Hill.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The first hearing of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party outlining the stakes of its commission in no uncertain terms.
This is an existential struggle over what life will look like in the 21st century.
Chairman Mike Gallagher, a Republican of Wisconsin, and Ranking Member Raja Krishnamurthy, a Democrat of Illinois, illustrating what's quickly become one of the rare bipartisan efforts in a divided Congress. Outcompete China economically and deter CCP aggression. Separately, the House Financial Services Committee just approved 7 bills aimed at supporting Taiwan, stopping the flow of Chinese fentanyl and currency manipulation. But lawmakers seem to be aware of the risk China may retaliate.
We do not want a war with the PRC, not a Cold War, not a hot war. We don't want a clash of civilizations.
But a cultural struggle already underway, former Deputy National Security Advisor Matthew Pottinger says, can be traced to TikTok.
It gives the Chinese Communist Party the ability to manipulate our social discourse, the news.
Laying out China's alleged strategy of sowing division between Americans to aid the CCP's goal of expanding its influence and becoming the dominant global economic superpower. The hearing interrupted by protesters.
And perhaps most important, can help the United States.
Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster says those moments are indicative of China's efforts to neutralize opposition.
The CCP is counting on us to be divided. We must rise to the occasion and prove them wrong.
A challenge that can't be solved with policy and may be among the toughest facing this new committee. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
European officials are now also cracking down on TikTok. The European Parliament banned TikTok from its staff devices on Tuesday. Officials cited cybersecurity concerns surrounding the social media app.
The ban comes a week after European Commission also announcing it was banning TikTok from official devices. U.S. passing a similar ban late last year because a Chinese-based private company called ByteDance owns TikTok.
No more hours of mindless scrolling. TikTok is setting default time limits for teens.
Now, accounts for users under the age of 18 will automatically be set up with an hour time limit per day. That doesn't mean that they can't keep using the app, but they'll be prompted to enter a passcode to keep watching each hour.
Those under 13 will need a parent to input a separate code for additional time. According to Pew Research, 2/3 of American teens use TikTok.
Juvenile justice is an ongoing debate here in Annapolis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the different bills that Democrats and Republicans are pushing.
The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys will stay open, but with conditions. Coming up, the scrutiny that city public schools are now facing following that vote.
A few sprinkles out there and kind of the low clouds hanging around for your Thursday morning, but it will be much different for the afternoon. We'll talk about just how much warmer we get right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, March 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yesterday, my son's birthday, turned 16. This morning, my mother's birthday, and she said she is proud to announce her age, 79 years old. So happy birthday,
Very nice.
Mom.
Happy birthday. Got a lot going on in your house.
I know. A lot of cake. Some good, some not.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Someday I'll get to meet your mom. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, we're like best buds, and I've never met Mom. So
Got to come up to Philadelphia
I
with
know,
me
I
sometime.
gotta get up there. I got to get up there.
It's an adventure.
You guys both had a lot of kids' birthdays yesterday with your two kids.
Naomi had a good one.
My kid, or our fur baby, she turns 13 this month, so that's what I got going. Yeah, I'm going to have a teenage doggy, yeah, even though she acts like an old lady. Our live cam right now, downtown Baltimore, we've got a lot of that cloud cover. Those low clouds are hanging around. Not really much in the way of actual heavy rain that's falling. You can see on our HD radar, pretty paltry here at best. Just a couple of those light showers at this time. Pull back a little bit further. The heaviest rain is well off into the Atlantic now, and even to the west, we're seeing some drier conditions move in. Temperatures in the mid to upper 40s is where we're at right now. 43 in Rosedale, 46 Baltimore City, 44 in Brooklyn Park, and mid-40s for you there in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So a few morning showers will continue to roll out of here. Today, above average temperatures. The wind is going to pick up, and then that colder rain is rolling in for tomorrow. I'm still going to keep the yellow light here for your morning drive. Just know it's going to be wet when you make your way out, so take it a little bit extra slow this morning. We'll have another look at that full forecast, including the additional rain that's on the way for tomorrow.
I think we're arguing among lawyers and politicians, and I think some people do understand that perpetrators at a certain age probably have been led to that behavior. But on the other hand, I think, again, that we don't put the victim at the center enough.
Yeah, this year alone, nearly 24 juveniles in Baltimore have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge.
Today, both Democrats and Republicans have hearings for bills related to juvenile crime.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now from Annapolis. First, with a closer look at what Democrats are pushing. Olivia?
Yeah, well, the Democrats are pushing two major bills. The first is the Youth Equity and Safety Act, and there's a hearing for that bill at 1 today right here in Annapolis. Now, the bill would end the practice of automatically charging juveniles as adults in serious crimes like murder. But we know that in Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge so far this year, according to statistics from the Baltimore Police Department. Now, former FBI agent Tyrone Powers is stressing the need for juvenile justice legislation that ensures consequences and corrects behavior.
Before you vote on legislation, talk to the victims of crime in Baltimore City. Talk to those people who have lost loved ones, those who have been victims of robberies and rapes, and those who have people dealing in open-air drug markets right out in front of their door where they can't even walk out the front door because they may not want mass incarceration, but they do want consequences that changes the behavior that allows them to live their fragile lives.
Now, Democrats are also pushing the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, which would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder. There's also a hearing for that bill today. And these bills have been drafted as there have been calls for more to be done about the juvenile crime crisis. Of course, you can get updates on these hearings on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But stick around because coming up in about 30 minutes, we're taking a closer look at the Republican-backed bills on juvenile crime. And those bills are much different than the bills that I just told you about. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:04 now. And new this morning in your session 2023 coverage, two General Assembly bills aim to abolish the Board of Maryland's 529 College Savings Program and move that organization under the guidance of a state treasurer by June. Delegate Kathy Forbes, a Democrat representing Baltimore County, introducing the House version of this legislation. State Senator Joan Benson is a Democrat representing Prince George's County and is the chief sponsor of an identical bill in the Senate chamber.
According to Delegate Forbes' bill, the legislation specifies the Treasurer's office would succeed the Maryland 529 board and would transfer responsibility for administering its programs to that office by June 1st. Now, this all comes as the agency is facing criticism for suspending parents' access to their accounts without warning, leaving them to scramble to pay their children's tuition. Maryland 529 blames the incident on an interest calculation error. Affected parents dispute this claim, saying the board went back on a contract clause entitling them to a higher compounded monthly interest rate.
The operator hires personnel located in the Baltimore area. The operator shows improvement in the delivery of special education services, ensuring that there's compliance with grant management.
That's a list that should apply to all of our schools.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. After weeks of uncertainty, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys remains open, but with a list of requirements. Shannon Lilly joining us live with a closer look at those conditions and why some say they're just unfair. Shannon?
Yeah, when it comes to those conditions for the charter, Tom, for a lot of people, that is just putting more scrutiny on city schools, because we know in so many ways our public schools here in the city are not measuring up. So where are the conditions for them?
First thing that I think of is hypocrisy. I don't think there's anybody who doubts that the schools should be in compliance to make sure that they're actually educating our children. The question is, why would you require this of a charter school and not the rest of the school system?
If more of these schools, the traditional schools, would do these things, the schools would be much better. Education would be much better for thousands of young people in Baltimore City.
So take a look at some of the requirements being placed on the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys here. In order for them to stay open, they must hire staff located in Baltimore. They have to improve special education services and show compliance with grant management. On top of that, they must hire more certified teachers, a city-approved financial expert, and improve data processes. Meanwhile, as both Europe C. Morgan and former city councilman Carl Stokes pointed out, there are some major problems within city schools. In fact, take a look at this. According to the Maryland State Department of Education, 23 Baltimore city schools have 0 students who took standardized tests proficient in math. So they are calling this, Tom and Patrice, a double standard.
Baltimore City Public Schools doing it. If they're doing anything to improve the math scores in those 23 schools you just mentioned.
Yeah, we asked about that, Tom, and a spokesperson tells us there's a couple of things that they're doing to try to boost those scores in those 23 schools that we mentioned. One of the ways is through professional development for teachers, and another way is through summer learning for students. Now, we also asked, though, if the same requirements or similar requirements are being expected of those city schools that are being expected of the charter school. That spokesperson tells us that those are 2 unrelated situations. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
I'm really losing confidence in the ability of Brandon Scott to be more than a kid mayor. I have to learn that you don't run a city as your own fiefdom, even if it's a single-party city. You've got to be more responsible.
In a city in crisis, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE seems to be hanging in the balance. 2 weeks ago, the mayor approved the deal in a Board of Estimates meeting without Comptroller Bill Henry or City Council President Nick Mosby in attendance. They set out to try to stop the vote. The board members took up the issue once again in their meeting yesterday.
After a lot of back and forth, no decision was made. The mayor says the deal is done. Comptroller and Council President, though, say otherwise.
The vote was valid and the deal is done.
This is yet another example of the administration picking and choosing what to do.
I don't think that you're actually operating in the best interest of the citizens of Baltimore.
Never, and I repeat, never have I done anything or made any decision that was not in the best interest of those who call this great city home. If there was a better deal to be done, that deal would have been done.
Well, those fiery words coming just minutes after the gavel fell. The comptroller and council president say they were kept in the dark about the agreement and had little time to review it. And since they sat out of the meeting in protest when the vote took place, they argue the vote should not count since there was not enough people to hold the actual vote. Although no agreement could be reached, the deal will be back on the Board of Estimates agenda next month.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, the Board of Estimates approves a $6 million settlement going to the family of a man killed in a crash involving Baltimore's defunct gun trace task force. Prosecutors say in 2010, then Sergeant Wayne Jenkins and another officer were chasing two people in their car when they ran a stop sign.
They crashed into a car that was driven by Elbert Davis Sr. and his wife. Davis died. To date, Baltimore has paid out $22 million in 39 settlements related to the gun trace task force.
7:10 now. Today, we are expecting the man accused of trying to bring explosives in his suitcase on a flight from Allentown, Pennsylvania to Orlando this week to appear in court.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with how things are expected to play out. Megan?
Yeah, there he is right here, guys. This is 40-year-old Mark Muffley. Police say he actually hid the device in the lining of his luggage there, along with a can of butane and a lighter. This was all happening on Monday. Court documents show the explosive was a circular compound about 3 inches in diameter. It was wrapped in wax-like paper and then in clear plastic wrap. We're hearing that it contained commercial-grade firework material. It had 2 fuses, one of which bomb technicians say Muffley added himself. We're told he checked the bag, but during the security screening, an alarm went off. That's when TSA agents tried to page him to come back to the desk, but Muffley took off. He was caught on surveillance, slipping out of the door on the lower level of the Lehigh Valley International Airport. The FBI later arresting him at his home in Lansford, Pennsylvania, later that night. Court records show he's got a lengthy criminal history as well. We're talking about possession of controlled substances, harassment, theft. Again, he is expected to be in court here today, 1:30 this afternoon in Allentown. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. As graduation rates and test scores continue to drop, Project Baltimore pushing state leaders in charge of a $10 billion schools budget on what's being done to improve public education.
And the nation's top law enforcement officer is in the hot seat on Capitol Hill. Up next, new revelations about clashes at the highest levels of the FBI. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15 and making headlines this morning. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is defending releasing the tapes of the January 6th Capitol riots.
He defended the decision in a closed-door meeting Tuesday. The footage releases up until now have been selective.
Democrats worry the proper protocol is not being met, while Republicans say the recordings are public record.
The first step and the most important step is to make sure that the Capitol Police vet all of the security footage.
Was that footage gained, if you will, with public money? And of course the answer is yes, it was. It ought to be open record.
Now, the footage is expected to be made available to other networks after some claim that Fox News used the portions of the video. The House committee investigating the riot says the footage actually was only released during the course of the hearings and that not to the news networks at all.
This morning, our nation's top law enforcement agency is facing some difficult questions.
This after new revelations of clashes within the FBI and at least one agent now charged with working with top officials in Russia.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell is taking us behind the scenes with those new accusations and the response from the Attorney General.
The unprecedented August raid at the home of former President Donald Trump reportedly happened only after major clashes within the FBI, according to this new report in the Washington Post, which detailed as prosecutors urged the FBI to conduct a surprise raid at the property, other agents resisted the plan, wanting instead to seek Trump's permission, highlighting deep divisions before, during, and after the raid. Tensions heightened after mistakes were made in previous probes, including of Hillary Clinton, and ties between Donald Trump's campaign and Russia.
There are some things that lead me to wonder whether some actions are being politicized.
Some Republican senators listed examples of what they view as a politicized Justice Department, contrasting arrests made of pro-life activists and not of people protesting outside the homes of Supreme Court justices, following the leak of the Dobbs decision.
When rioters descended on the homes of 6 Supreme Court justices, night after night after night, you did nothing. The department did nothing.
For the first time in history, I ordered United States Marshals 24/7 to defend every residence of every justice.
Also, concerns of a lack of oversight after a former special agent was arrested for taking money from a Russian oligarch closely tied to Vladimir Putin.
Look, it's deeply troubling anyway, anytime you have someone who's so senior and who has so much influence, and it was a boatload of money. I mean, what he was providing to them was potentially devastating.
Attorney General Merrick Garland vehemently disagreed with all accusations of a politicized Justice Department, issuing the highest levels of praise for all employees who he says work every day to keep the country safe, uphold the rule of law, and contribute to a healthy democracy. I'm Christine Frizzell, reporting for the National Desk.
7:18, and it's not looking so pretty out there right now.
A lot of fog, and the rain continues for some of you. In fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers, behind you, the fog.
Yeah, we're seeing that, guys, and it's not a lot of rain. It's really just kind of the mist that we're seeing. We did have some decent rain that moved through overnight. Yeah, these are the low clouds. And, Tom, what is that for flying rules? What are we talking about right there?
What we're talking about, that is no fly right now for VFR. That would be IFR conditions.
Yeah, or
even
the other one.
Low one.
Low IFR, yeah, that's yeah. But it's mainly IFR. Instrument flight rules are in effect right now. Pilots, and we definitely have the cloud cover that is out there to show that. You can see from our downtown Baltimore camera, or you really can't see much. This is what I was talking about with the HD radar. Just a couple of light showers for you in Bel Air being picked up at this time. But overall, most of this rain is pretty much done. It's starting to taper off. Still a few showers in Easton, down through Salisbury and the Eastern Shore, but other areas are getting that cleared out. In fact, it's now clear of the 95 corridor. So as you're heading to D.C. this morning, it's going to be wet on the roads. You're just not going to encounter much more in the way of actual rainfall like we saw earlier. And that's all because that cold front continues to move in. You can see in our hourly future scan next hour, we are getting all of those green blobs out of here. We'll keep those clouds around through about noon today. And notice the arrows are shifting. That's where the wind is coming in from. So a northwesterly wind, it's going to help to mix down some of the warmer air aloft, and that is going to lead to a much warmer afternoon. Even though we keep the clouds around for the day, not a bright sunny day, but overall our temperatures are going to be well above average. So as the kids are out at the bus stop here this hour, maybe a light jacket, maybe an umbrella, but really there's not much rain. It's just kind of the foggy conditions. And then mid-60s by noon. Everything will be peeled off. We're peeling off some of those layers by the time we get into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour with highs in the upper 60s. Same thing for you golfers. A little wet out there on the fairways and greens this morning, but should be drying out nicely. At least a 1 club win for you for the afternoon with temperatures in those mid to upper 60s. 50 is where we typically are for March 2nd, but nowhere near those numbers with low to mid 60s. Even some lower 70s in D.C. this afternoon. 72 in Richmond, 60 down the ocean there at Ocean City. So here's a look at our future scan. Notice that we dry out today. All of that green done. Tomorrow, we'll start off with some showers early in the morning, about 8, 9 o'clock. Second half of your commute through 10 a.m., those rain showers roll through. Off and on showers through the middle of the day. Definitely colder. The heaviest rain comes about 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow night. And then all of that pushes out of here with windy conditions on Saturday, but drier. Shout out to Marty, who sent me this picture of Mesa. Look at that puppy. And shh, don't wake up Mesa with my loud and annoying voice. All right, Marty, thank you so much for sending that picture in. Love to see your pet pics, too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. I'd like to go to sleep right now, but I'll be here for a few more hours. All right, rainy and colder tomorrow, only 40s. That's it. So that will definitely be an inside nap type day on your Friday. And then, as I mentioned, for the weekend, we're drier with mid to upper 50s, even lower 60s early next week. And don't forget, ding, right there. Take a picture of that QR code on your screen, and boom, that app is right there in the palm of your hand. Can you win stuff on it, Tom?
Win stuff on the app?
I don't know. I don't know if you can.
I don't think so. All
right.
I mean, you can win some weather reports there. That's about it. But speaking of winning some things in 68 degrees, some singers a little bit older than that, you can win some tickets to see these hot rods in person. All you have to do is stay tuned for Fox 45 Morning News. Your chance to call and win, that's coming up soon.
And Pigtown's 3rd annual National Pig Day is coming up on Saturday. We're starting our morning off at Charm City Books, and we'll let you know everything happening here Saturday for the celebration. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
go hog wild and celebrate National Pig Day this Saturday.
Support the Whispering Rise Farm and Animal Sanctuary and enjoy family-friendly activities this morning for our hometown hotspot. Amy Aronson is live at Pigtown Main Street with more. And we hear you're already whispering. Are you in a library?
Yeah, Charm City Books is where we're starting off our tour and gearing up for National Pig Day, actually the 3rd annual one here in Pigtown. This morning, we're starting off in Charm City Books. I'm here with Joe Carlson and Whiskers joining us bright and early.
Oh, hi. It's so nice to welcome you all to the bookshop. Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm really excited for the 3rd annual Pig Day because we have a very special story time and sing-along for you to enjoy down at Swill Apothecary Cafe, just down the street from the shop. And then after you enjoy that story time and Pig Day, you can stop by any day during the week to enjoy 5% back on all your purchases here at Charm City Books. Thanks for visiting me today.
That's great. And story time is great for kids. They learn so much from it. So what are some of the benefits they get from coming to story time?
Oh, well, the social, emotional learning that kids can engage in through participating in an interactive read-aloud story time is really healthy for their development, as well as learning sight words and participatory activities. It's really a great way for students of all ranges and reading levels to engage in the joy of literacy.
And is it going to be themed to go along with National Pig Day, since that's what we're all celebrating Saturday?
Oh, don't you know? We have lots of fantastic books celebrating pigs and swine and all kinds of fantastic animals, even cats.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to learning more as the morning continues. But if you want more information right now, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslink. Back to you guys.
Bye.
How do you follow that?
Yes.
All right. Well, we got a breezy and warmer day ahead with highs in the 60s, but we also have more rain on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Coming up next, Fox 45 News Project Baltimore team goes directly to the state school board to demand answers about what's being done to help failing public schools. 7:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, March 2nd. And I was just thinking about it. Yesterday, I was walking through the garage, and I do need to organize my garage. Put that out there. But I was walking through, and I kicked something, and it really ticked me off. And I turned around. It's my snowblower. It was hidden underneath a wrap, and I forgot about it.
Haven't had to use it.
It's probably got a dent in it now, but yeah, it's been sitting there.
I love it. Yeah, keep that thing just, put it away. You know what I mean?
Bring out the gardening stuff
Yes,
now.
because we're seeing some of those blooms, especially when we get some spring rain. I mean, we're in meteorological spring right now. We did see that rain that rolled through earlier. Right now on our Towson camera, it's mainly just kind of the foggy conditions, and those roads are still a little bit wet, maybe even just damp. You can see on our HD radar that rain has moved out of the Baltimore region, northern edge of the I-95 corridor up toward parts of Hartford and Cecil counties. You're seeing a few showers, but most of the rest of us are done with the rain for now. It's short-lived because we've got a rainy day on the way for you tomorrow. Mid to upper 40s statewide, even 50 in Cumberland. They were in the 70s yesterday. We'll see the the upper 60s, I should say. Next 12 hours in the mid to upper 60s for us here at home. So even though it's kind of misty outside, we'll see more sun later today and much warmer conditions. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. 7:31 now into your Lens Solar Traffic Network. An overturned vehicle. You see the flashing lights right there. This is Maryland 100 westbound, right past 97's exit. Emergency crews, as you see, are on the scene. They've been there for a few minutes now. If you head in this way for your morning commute, make sure you give yourself some extra time from the slowdowns.
It is a $10 billion public school system, but the people in charge, members of Maryland State Board of Education, have not publicly acknowledged recent Fox 45 findings, including test scores that sparked a national outcry.
After months of unanswered questions, Project Baltimore's Chris Papps went straight to the state leadership.
Good morning, everyone. Want to call our meeting to order.
The Maryland State Board of Education meets once a month here at the State Education Building in downtown Baltimore. The board's 13 members, plus one student representative, all appointed by the governor, attend the meetings. So does the state superintendent, who the board appoints.
At this time, we'd like to hear from Mr. Christopher Papps.
This past Tuesday, Project Baltimore spoke to all of them.
Good morning. I came here today with significant concerns about transparency and accountability within the Maryland State Department of Education.
We signed up for public comment at this state board meeting because we felt like it was the only way to reach the leadership of Maryland public schools.
In Maryland, it is my experience that MSDE is the most difficult organization to get answers from.
Since December 9th, Project Baltimore has sent 12 emails to MSDE and called numerous times with questions about serious issues, including enrollment irregularities, ghost students, and state test scores. But for nearly 3 months, we've never received a reply. No calls. No emails.
This body oversees billions of tax dollars. You are commissioned to educate nearly 1 million students, and the media can't get a response to simple questions about how some of that money is spent and how some of those students are educated.
You know, we have contacted you whenever you have had questions.
No, you have not. That is not a true statement. Last week, I spoke with Dr. Sylvia Lawson. I said directly to Dr. Lawson that no one has responded to my phone calls and my emails. Even after I had that conversation with her, still nobody responded to my phone calls and emails. This is transparency, according to the Maryland State Department of Education.
Project Baltimore recently found 23 Baltimore City schools where 0 students who took the state math test last year scored proficient. Another 20 Baltimore City schools had a total of 1 or 2 students test proficient in math. That's 43 total schools with concerning test scores in the city where this meeting took place. But the state superintendent won't speak with us about it.
I personally emailed you about an interview to discuss the recently released MCAP scores. You never got back to me. Mr. State Superintendent, I would like to sit down with you.
Pardon me.
Yes.
You please address your comments to the entire board, not to an individual. Okay. That's part of our requirement here. Please. Okay. Thank you.
Board members, I am requesting an interview to sit down with the state superintendent. I would like to ask him about these schools and what can be done. We have interviewed parents and students who attend these schools. Many of them feel trapped. They feel hopeless. They tell us they don't think anyone cares about them.
They don't care.
Those parents include Nichelle Watkins, who spoke with Project Baltimore last month. Watkins is the mother of a Baltimore City student who attends one of the 23 schools. He's in 4th grade, but reads at a 1st grade level.
The parents and students that we speak with want to know what this board and what the state superintendent is doing to help them. And can you say what you are doing is working when nearly a third of the schools who took the state math test in Baltimore last year had 0, 1, or 2 students proficient?
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
I look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
My public comment wrapped up around 9:30 Tuesday morning. As of this broadcast, we've heard nothing from MSDE or the state superintendent, but we'll keep trying. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Well, again, Project Baltimore has been trying to get answers from MSDE on a number of issues, including multiple requests for an interview with the state superintendent to discuss the MCAP scores.
But Project Baltimore has also asked about enrollment irregularities and funding for ghost students. We know Baltimore City had to reimburse the state about $350,000 for students who were funded but not actually attending school. But MSDE has not answered those questions. Have they collected any money from other school systems for inaccurate enrollment counts? If so, which school systems and how much? And why didn't MSDE reclaim funds for nearly 3,000 students who were inappropriately funded and self-reported by local districts? If Project Baltimore gets answers to any of these questions, we'll be sure to keep you updated.
City Charter School will remain open with a long list of conditions, though. Fox 45 Morning News questioning why struggling public schools do not have to meet the same requirements.
Juvenile justice is an ongoing debate here in Annapolis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the different bills that Democrats and Republicans are pushing.
And a colder start to our morning, but temperatures will end up in the 60s by this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next chance for rain. That's ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:40, turning now to your session 2023 coverage as juvenile crime is top of mind for lawmakers in Annapolis.
Today, both Democrats and Republicans have hearings for bills relating to juvenile crime.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from Annapolis with a closer look at what the Republicans are pushing. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Republicans are trying to crack down on the juvenile crime crisis with these new bills that they've drafted. And we spoke with Tyrone Powers, a former FBI special agent, about the concerns over children committing crimes.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
Now in Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge so far this year. Today in Annapolis, there's a hearing for the Juvenile Gun Offenses Accountability Act of 2023, which is a Republican-backed bill that would allow children as young as 10 to be charged with gun crimes. Republicans are also trying to change the current law, preventing anyone under 13 from being charged with any crime. They want that threshold to be 11 years old. And beyond juvenile justice, earlier this week, there was a hearing for a Republican-backed bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals. Delegate Metzger of Baltimore County is the sponsor of that bill and says Republicans are taking a different approach to crime than Democrats.
We talk about we want to be tough on crime. We as lawmakers, as leaders, we need to send a message. I think that the Democrats want the soft approach. I think the Republican says, you know what, enough's enough.
And of course, we will have full coverage of all the hearings today, and you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Governor Wes Moore pushing for a higher minimum wage in Maryland to come sooner. In our next hour, we'll speak with an analyst on whether or not it would help Maryland's economy and how it could impact your wallet.
Protecting your rights or overstepping their authority. Why a group of sheriffs in Texas say they don't have to enforce any laws they believe violate the Constitution. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Taking a live look this morning at the Alamo Plaza in San Antonio, where a group of sheriffs claim the Constitution gives them power to oppose some federal laws.
Now, some are questioning if these sheriffs are protecting your rights or overstepping their authority. Jay Avila with our Sinclair sister station in San Antonio investigates the constitutionality of sheriffs and peace officers movement.
The group points to a 1997 case where the Supreme Court ruled the federal government couldn't force local officers to perform gun background checks. The sheriffs say they don't have to enforce any law they believe violates the Constitution.
And the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
One of the sheriffs involved in that case was Richard Mack, then sheriff of Graham County, Arizona. He founded the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. At these conferences, sheriffs and other law enforcement are trained how to push back against what they consider federal government overreach.
That's our job. It isn't to go along with bureaucrats. It isn't to go along with government criminals. It is to uphold and defend the Constitution and defend the American people's liberty.
You'll hear some other sheriffs get up and talk.
Sheriff Randy Hargrove of Houston County in East Texas has attended the conferences and says sheriffs have the power to investigate election irregularities and to refuse to enforce mask mandates and gun laws.
They have the authority to stand against any laws that go against your Second Amendment. You know, okay, ATF, we're not going to let you come in and start taking everybody's guns. We're not going to let you we're not going to let it happen.
Scholars like Professor John Taylor at UTSA say the sheriffs are misinterpreting the Constitution.
It's a very narrow interpretation to think that a county sheriff can somehow, override federal authority. They just can't.
The sheriffs aren't the first local officials who've refused to enforce certain laws. Some prosecutors, including Bexar County District Attorney Joe Gonzalez, have said they won't enforce the state's abortion law. Some Texas counties and school districts defied Governor Abbott's emergency order outlawing mask mandates.
If someone is violating your rights as a citizen, it's my duty to see that those rights are protected.
Put yourself in the way of people who are trying to victimize innocent American people.
The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, which certifies peace officers, told us in several instances officers have received continuing education credit for attending constitutional sheriff's conferences. But the commission says it is now investigating the events. Mack estimates more than 900 sheriffs have been to the conferences in the past 10 years. The Bexar and Comal County sheriffs told us they've never been to one. I'm News 4 troubleshooter Jay Avila.
It is 7:48. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us, and hopefully the fog will start to lift here soon.
Yeah, that's what we're going to see. By the time we get to the afternoon, guys, we'll see kind of those high clouds out there. Not necessarily a bright sunny day, but it will definitely be warmer, especially as we head later into the afternoon. And definitely not as foggy either, as we're looking out right now toward our Fed Hill shot. You can see from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam over the Inner Harbor at Rash Park. All of the volleyball fields are courts looking ready to play. A little bit damp here this morning, though. Our HD radar showing us that most of that rain has moved out, continuing to clear out from west to east at this time. This is all along this cold front that is moving in. What we're going to see with the wind today, it's going to turn to mean more northwest, and that's going to bring in some warmer air actually from the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere as we head later into the afternoon, helping to dry us out. So 55 here by 9 a.m. on your Rise and Shine cast as we start to transition and get more into brunch time. Sun will be up until about 6 o'clock tonight, but we just won't see a lot of the sun today as those clouds are going to linger. But we are definitely going to see those well above average temperatures. Typically 50 degrees is where we are for March 2nd. Most of us in the mid to upper 60s. Some areas in Maryland and in parts of Virginia in the lower 70s today. Meanwhile, for you in Hartford and Cecil counties, we're mainly going to be in the mid to upper 60s for your highs this afternoon. And the Eastern Shore, keeping those 60s around too for Rock Hall and Centerville out through Chester down into Easton, where we had some heavier rain earlier this morning. Here's a look at our temperature tracker, and you can see right there that number is going well below average tomorrow. We jump right back into the 50s on Saturday and through the weekend, and even some lower 60s on the way early next week. So definitely a spring-like feel. Here you can see our future scan. A lot of those clouds will start to kind of hang around, but move out of here, and the rain is all done. Guess what comes back tomorrow? more rain and colder temperatures as well. So it'll be a wet second half to our commute. A couple of scattered showers around into tomorrow afternoon, but really tomorrow night, that's when the heaviest rain is going to be with us. And then that all moves out of here Saturday morning, but the wind is going to pick up back behind that, and we'll see a breezy to windy afternoon. Just 10 days until we spring forward with that time change. 2 weeks from tomorrow is St. Patty's Day, and opening day for your Baltimore Orioles in just 5 weeks from right now. That's the home opener. We're actually 4 weeks away from the real games that matter. That is 28 days from right now. 7-day forecast looks like this. We see the 60s today, 40s tomorrow, 50s for the weekend, and back to the lower 60s next week.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Maryland Auto Show.
Right now is your cue to call to win tickets to the Maryland Auto Show happening March 10th through the 12th at the Baltimore Convention Center.
Now call the number right there on the bottom of your screen. That's 410-481-4545. Caller number 1 wins those 4 tickets to pick one day of the show. That number again, 410-481-4545. If you don't win this week, don't worry. You can get tickets or learn more at MarylandAutoShow.com.
It is almost time for the cherry blossoms to bloom. In our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to let you know where you can see them around Baltimore if you're not able to make it to D.C.
Spoiler alert, coming up after the break, Mark Clark will be joining us live in studio with a recap of the latest episode of The Masked Singer, living legend in the polar bear costume who is just unmasked.
I feel like I'm seeing things.
Right?
I wasn't sure what I just saw. Maybe I need my caffeine.
That's right. It is the perfect time for a polar bear coffee break. Season 9 of The Masked Singer is in full swing right now. Come on, get your mask up. All right.
These ones don't have the eye holes.
You can't
read.
You can catch all the action right here on Fox 45 every Wednesday night right here.
You got to keep it up because look what's coming. Joining us live in studio this morning to talk about it. There you go. The most recent episode, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark.
I like Nicole. Is Nicole talking at all?
No, she's just here with me.
She's just hanging out.
Don't tell Allison. All right. Season 9 of Masked Singer is off to a great start. Last night, it was the polar bear's turn to unmask, and the person underneath the fur shocked the judges and viewers alike. Yeah, hip-hop legend Grandmaster Flash was the polar bear.
Wow.
Were you guys surprised to see him under the costume? First of all, do you know what Grandmaster Flash even looks like? That's amazing.
All right. I haven't seen him in a while.
I wonder what he sounded like.
That's what I would wonder. I don't know that I would recognize his voice like that.
You know, it's interesting. Hip-hop is celebrating 50 years. He's 65 years old, by the way.
Awesome.
Yes. And one of the founders of hip-hop. I mean, my goodness, going back to like songs from '82, right?
That's right. I guess the message goes all the way back there. And of course, you could see his turntable in the museum here in D.C., actually.
I said a hip, hop, a hibbity, hibbity, hip.
Get it?
Hop to the hip, hop, don't stop. Where I'm going with it. Yeah.
It's good there for a while.
I lost it.
All right, we're just enjoying our masks over here.
Yeah, in fact, if you use them as a fan, it's a little breezy.
But probably not the church fan. That's what we're talking about. Don't use it in church. It'll be distracting.
Yeah, it's a little warmer ahead. Highs will be reaching the 60s. You'll need your mask fans here in a little bit. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back to talk about the next weather maker and his full weather authority forecast after he's hip-hopping back there. Hibbity-hop. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, March 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Was a messy start, but starting to clear out.
Yeah, exactly right. Just kind of some of the low clouds hanging around right now, ladies. Not really dealing with the rain anymore. And as we head toward the afternoon, we're talking about temperatures in the mid to upper 60s, if you can believe that. Right now, we're hanging out in the 40s. You can see those temperatures on the right side of your screen. And a few folks are out and about, moving around in Fed Hill at this hour. Temperatures around the region, we're already seeing some warmer numbers in Cumberland at 53, 52 Salisbury, 47 your number right now in Baltimore City. So over the next couple of hours, numbers steadily rising into the 50s and even low to mid 60s as we take you through the middle part of the day today. We'll talk about just how warm we get today and then how much colder we get tomorrow. Those temperature swings continue. More on that in a bit.
All right, let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are following a crash before the Chesapeake Avenue overpass in Rosedale. Here is a look at the loop near Charles Street, and you see folks moving along just fine there.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
This year alone, nearly 24 juveniles in Baltimore have been charged with murder, robbery, or a weapons charge.
Today, both Democrats and Republicans have hearings for bills relating to juvenile crime.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from Annapolis. First, she has a closer look at what the Democrats are pushing. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the Democrats are pushing two major bills. The first is the Youth Equity and Safety Act, and there's a hearing for that bill at 1 today right here in Annapolis. Now, the bill would end the practice of automatically charging juveniles as adults in serious crimes like murder. But as you mentioned, we know that in Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge so far this year, according to statistics from the Baltimore Police Department. Now, former FBI agent Tyrone Powers is stressing the need for juvenile justice legislation that ensures consequences and corrects behavior.
Before you vote on legislation, talk to the victims of crime in Baltimore City. Talk to those people who have lost loved ones, those who have been victims of robberies and rapes, and those who have people dealing in open-air drug markets right out in front of their door where they can't even walk out the front door because they may not want mass incarceration, but they do want consequences that changes the behavior that allows them to live their fragile lives.
Now, Democrats are also pushing the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, which would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder. There's also a hearing for that bill today. And these bills have been drafted as there have been calls for more to be done about the juvenile crime crisis. Of course, you can get updates on these hearings on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But stick around because coming up in about 30 minutes, we're taking a closer look at the Republican-backed bills on juvenile justice, which are much different than the bills that I just told you about. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
If you would like to talk with your local lawmaker about the issues important to you, you can scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you directly to our website, which lists their official email and phone numbers.
The operator hires personnel located in the Baltimore area. The operator shows improvement in the delivery of special education services, ensuring that there's compliance with grant management.
That's a list that should apply to all of our schools.
Turning to the crisis in the classroom, after weeks of uncertainty, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys remains open with a list of requirements.
Shannon Lilly is joining us with a closer look at those conditions and why some say they're unfair. Shannon.
Yeah, when it comes to those conditions for the charter, Patrice, a lot of people are saying that this just brings more skepticism on city schools because in a lot of ways we know that the city schools here, the public schools are not measuring up. And so many are asking, where are the conditions for them?
First thing that I think of is hypocrisy. I don't think there's anybody who doubts that the schools should be in compliance to make sure that they're actually educating our children. The question is, why would you require this of a charter school and not the rest of the school system?
If more of these schools, the traditional schools, would do these things, the schools would be much better. Education would be much better for thousands of young people in Baltimore City.
So let's take another look at some of the requirements being placed on the Baltimore Collegiate. In order for them to stay open, they have to do these things right here. They have to hire staff located in Baltimore, improve special education services, and show compliance with grant management. And on top of that, they have to hire more certified teachers, a city-approved financial expert, and improve data processes. Now, meanwhile, as both Uripsy Morgan and former City Councilman Carl Stokes pointed out, there are major problems within city schools. In fact, take a look at this. According to the Maryland State Department of Education, 23 Baltimore City schools who have 0 students who took standardized tests proficient in math. So they are calling this, Megan and Patrice, a double standard.
Well, Shannon, the schools that you mentioned that need the improvement in the math scores, is Baltimore City talking about what they're doing to make those improvements?
Yeah, so we reached out, Patrice, we asked that very question, and a spokesperson with City Schools says there's a couple of things that they're doing. The first is professional development for teachers, and they're also offering more summer learning for students. Now, on top of that, we asked if these schools are being expected to meet similar requirements as the charter school, and that spokesperson tells us that those are 2 unrelated situations. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. We want to know what you think. Should those responsible for failures in city schools be fired? Take a look. Right now, 99% of those who have responded say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on that Pulse tab to weigh in.
The man accused of trying to sneak an explosive past TSA will be in court today. We'll tell you how he was caught and what happens now.
The rain is pretty much done for now. Still some clouds left over, but we've got a much warmer afternoon. We're going to be breaking it down for you and talk about when another round of rain rolls in. 8:09 is your time right now on Thursday morning, almost the weekend, Friday Eve around here. Temps not too bad right now. A lot of us have been hanging out in the 40s from Bel Air and Cockeysville over to Chestertown. 48 in Westminster, 47 currently in Baltimore City. So the next 12 hours, numbers will continue to rise. We'll see those 50s here and then eventually mid to upper 60s. Typically 50 degrees is where we are for March 2nd. Nowhere near that number. Even with the clouds around right now, we do have more of those warmer numbers on the way for the afternoon. We'll talk more about that and we'll track that next weather maker in just a few.
Today, we are expecting the man accused of trying to bring explosives in his suitcase on a flight from Allentown, Pennsylvania to Orlando this week to appear in court.
Tom Rogers at our live center with how things are expected to play out here. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, there's a 40-year-old Mark Muffley. Police say he hid a device in the lining of his luggage along with a can of butane and a lighter Monday. Now, court documents show the explosive was a circular compound around 3 inches in diameter, wrapped in wax-like paper and clear plastic wrap. We're hearing it contained commercial-grade firework material and had 2 fuses, one of which bomb technicians say Muffley added himself. Now, we're told the checked bag, but during that security screening, an alarm went off. And when TSA agents tried to page him, Muffley, back to that desk, he was caught on surveillance slipping out the door on the lower level of the Lehigh Valley International Airport. The FBI later arresting him, though, at his house. That's in Lansford, Pennsylvania, later that night. Now, court records show Muffley has a lengthy criminal history from possession of controlled substances, harassment, and theft. He's expected to be in court, though, at 1:30 this afternoon in Allentown. Also, coming up here in just the next an hour or so, we're going to be updating you on what's going on in Greece and that train derailment there, that head-on collision there. Also, some updates this morning, breaking this morning, about regulations and how they pertain to the train collision in Ohio. That's the latest from our live center.
Lawmakers in Annapolis are debating multiple bills to crack down on juvenile crime. Topping our next half hour, what changes Republicans want. And Governor Wes Moore is trying to raise the state's minimum wage. After the break, how he plans to do it sooner rather than later. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
I think one thing that we're seeing is this bill, as constructed, it doesn't just support workers and making sure that people are getting paid fair wages for the work that they're doing, but it's also letting the businesses know that we as a government are going to be working with them.
Governor Wes Moore moving forward with his plan to expedite the increase in the state's minimum wage. Right now, it is scheduled to increase to $15 an hour by 2025, but the governor wants this to happen this year. Joining us live this morning to weigh in on the economic impact, we have David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. David, good morning. Will this help the economy?
Good morning, Megan. And this will not help the economy. In fact, it'll hurt the economy. And if you look at this plan, it's a really bad idea because right now the minimum wage is $13.25. They want to increase that to $15 this year. And also wants to index inflation, so it's going to go up even more. And here's what happens is when you increase the minimum wage, you're increasing the cost to small businesses. And small businesses are the lifeblood of the Baltimore economy. You have tens of thousands of small businesses, and one estimation says that 83% of all small businesses will be affected by this. And let's talk about some numbers here. Let's see what this really means. Is right now at $13.25 an hour, when you have 15 employees, your payroll is about $395,000. You increase that to $15 an hour, $450,000 your payroll increases. That is one person. I mean, that's one person and maybe a part-time person. So the businesses are going to have to lay off people. They already have enough expenses, and with inflation, with energy prices going up. So this is going to really hurt the bottom line. And I really don't understand the logic of how this is going to help business, what we just heard.
What does this mean for consumers, David?
Prices are going to go up, and we're going to see businesses pass along those increases to the consumers. Now, here's another concern I have is that let's say a business can't afford this and they go out of business. Well, now consumers have less choice when it comes to which businesses they go to, or they have to fire people, one or two people, then customer service suffers. So for consumers, this is bad all around. And guess what? Businesses may not hire the lower skilled people because they say, well, for $15 an hour, I better get someone that has, more skill. So this could actually hurt lower income folks if this minimum wage goes up. And again, this is bad for the economy. It's just bad all around.
David, why then is this such a push? What is there's got to be a silver lining. Is there anything positive that you can see coming out of this?
Well, the only silver lining is politics, is that politicians can say, look, we raised the wages of people. So that's why they're doing this. It's all for political reasons. There's no economic reason to do this. And members of the state legislature want to do this, and the governor wants to do this because it looks like a good thing that they're giving people more money. But in the long run, they're not. And it's going to hurt people economically.
Interesting. David Williams, thanks for weighing in.
Thank you.
It is 8:18 now. We need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Good morning.
Oh, so happy.
Yeah. Well, I like days when it's 3223. I mean, it's a numbers thing. Yeah. And the 23rd is my birthday in November. This is the year 23. It's my favorite number.
It's 23 is your number.
23 is my number. Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, not 23 degrees, but maybe 23 degrees Celsius with our temperatures this afternoon that are going to be Fahrenheit in the mid to upper 60s. So our live cam right now, lots of cloud cover that is out there. Those low clouds hanging around. Pretty much done with the rain. We just kind of have some of the wet conditions left over from those rain showers that did move through. Now the National Weather Service popping up some winter storm watches for western Maryland. This is for that storm that's coming in tomorrow. Areas here, we're going to be talking about a cold rain, but in the mountains, we could see some wintry type precipitation from tomorrow's storm. Now the cold front is moving through as we speak. What's going to happen behind that is that northwesterly wind is going to pick up. It's actually going to do what we call mix down some warmer air from the upper levels of the atmosphere. And when that happens, we'll typically get some warmer conditions, which is what's going to happen today. So golfers, it's wet this morning, but as you head out later this afternoon, drying out nicely with temps in the mid to upper 60s. Probably at least a one club wind later today. 50 degrees, that's typically where we are for March 2nd. Most of us in the mid to upper 60s across central Maryland. You can see those 60s for the eastern shore, up and down the Chesapeake. How about 70 in D.C. and 73 in Richmond, even lower 60s in Cumberland for the afternoon. And then we get back to reality, or even below reality, because we're talking about mid 40s. That is it for tomorrow. Then those numbers go right back above average into Saturday, through the weekend, and into early next week. All right, let's track that future scan. So overall today, we are clearing things out of here late tonight into tomorrow morning. Those clouds start to roll in. You can see all of the green right there. It's mainly going to be that cold rain, but that pink in western Maryland is where we're seeing that potential for some wintry precipitation. We actually get a break in the middle part of the day tomorrow afternoon, and then it's about 7, 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow night. That's when the heavier rain is expected up and down the 95 corridor. That all moves out of here on Saturday, but the wind is going to be strong behind that system, but we will start to warm up as we head toward the second half of the weekend. Brenda sent us a picture of Lucas. This is her daughter's dog, and look at Lucas, already loves crabs. Look at that. Thank you, Brenda, for that shot. I love that picture. And you can send your pet pics in, too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. We'll see those temperatures, as I mentioned, kind of all over the place again. We level out into Saturday and Sunday back to the 50s and even lower 60s again early next week. But we do have a cooler month kind of ahead of us here. We'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, and your drive times is definitely picked up as the morning has gone along. In the yellow across the board, every commute is going to be just a little bit longer. The longest one, 21 minutes from 95 to 83. Let's get a look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track. It's in the area of Pikesville on the outer loop there, and they're moving along just fine. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore is demanding answers on failing schools in our next hour, why they're now going directly to the state school board.
And as we get ready for National Pig Day in Pigtown, we are making our next stop at Scrap Baltimore. Coming up next, we're going to find out exactly how we can make these cute little piggies. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
Support Whispering Rise Farm and Animal Sanctuary this Saturday.
For the 3rd annual National Pig Day celebration with family-friendly fun this morning for our hometown hotspot, we have Amy Aronson. She is live in Pigtown's Main Street with more.
Yeah, that's right. We're now at Scrap Be More, which is actually a really cool spot. If you haven't been in here, maybe come out this Saturday when they're celebrating National Pig Day. I'm here with Nancy now, who's going to tell us more about everything you can find inside here, some real treasures, and you can do some cool arts and crafts.
Yes, we're a nonprofit creative reuse center, and everything we have in here is donated. What we are going to do is we are going to be transforming old CDs.
Something people don't use a lot anymore.
And they end up in the landfill, and you're like, and we're going to be making little piggies.
I love that.
So
and you've got some help here.
I do. Sir Piggleton is going to help us. See, this pig has come partially done, but we need to find a mouth for it.
Yes.
So, Sir Piggleton, what would you like as a mouth?
Something shiny.
Okay, something shiny. Like we could do a fun kind of sequin in there. We could do a big old button for your mouth.
All fun little things that you've collected here.
Yeah, and we even have smaller versions for little kids where we've taken plastic caps, another thing that ends up in the landfill.
Yes.
And you can make little mini pigs.
That is awesome.
So
very
cool. Fun. We've got volunteers that'll be out doing the table. It'll be full of stuff, and we'll help you assemble it.
Okay, cool. And just really quick, I know there's so much in here, but what other things can people find?
Yeah, in Scrap Be More, you can find fabric, jewelry, fine art supplies, yarns, paper crafts, and our kids craft area, which we're standing in, which is a fill-a-bag area that kids can dig through these buckets and bins and fill up a bag and make their own maker space at home.
Very cool little spot here. If you want more information on everything happening here coming up this Saturday for National Pig Day in Pigtown, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. I know you both have kids. This is such a cool spot if you ever need like a rainy day activity to bring them in here and do a fun arts and crafts project.
There's a pig dancing
I was gonna
behind
say,
you.
how do you say no to
that? Come on. All right, Amy, thank you. All right, well, we've got a breezy, warmer, and drier afternoon ahead, unlike the picture you're seeing there. Coming up, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists is letting us know how long the spring-like temperatures will actually last.
Juvenile justice is an ongoing debate here in Annapolis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the different bills that Democrats and Republicans are pushing. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, March 2nd. I'm Megan Gillen.
Tom Rogers, a lot going on in the Weather Authority Center there. There's some dancing around and all sorts of things over there.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, what are you doing over there?
Well, I started here a couple of years ago, and we were, dealing with the COVID and everything, and I never got to play over here. I was always stuck at the wall. We had to be in the boxes, and then they were like, hey, you get to use this desk, and it's kind of cool. So I like to do it. I like to mess with stuff, look up stuff on the internet. But right now, I got to tell you about the weather. As we are doing that right now, you can actually see, guys, this is what I was talking about. So a little bit of some breaks in those clouds. That's what we want to see. I know we have the low clouds that have been hanging around, and yeah, we dealt with some rain this morning, but temps have been in the mid to upper 40s here for Cockeysville and Towson to Baltimore City, 45 Essex and Middle River down through Dundalk. We're at 47 Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Out and about cast, numbers 50s and even lower 60s as we get through about 11 a.m. And we are on our way to a high today, close to 70 degrees, even though it looks all yucky outside right now. Back to the upper 30s tonight, and tomorrow will be a stay inside and get a good nap or a warm bowl of soup or mulligatawny, whatever you got, with temperatures in the mid 40s for tomorrow afternoon. That's it. We do have a nicer weekend on the second half, and we'll talk more about that in just a few. Tom, how are we looking on the roads? We know it was wet earlier.
Yeah, and that wet in the fog still really the key bridge right now. The cameras on that are really cool looking because of all the fog going through. It's like clouds are, cars just popping out of the clouds. But otherwise, we're looking around a lot more red. Now, this crash is being cleared. This was right before Chesco Avenue, the overpass there. Finally, that's being cleared up, and so some traffic's moving along a lot better there, looking at the area cameras. So that's some good news. Everybody else is just the slowdowns because of the volume, and watch out for the fogs, especially on the Key Bridge down there.
8:31, and we want to turn now to your session 2023 coverage as juvenile crime is top of mind for lawmakers in Annapolis.
Today, both Democrats and Republicans have hearings for bills relating to juvenile crime.
Olivia Dance joining us live from Annapolis with a closer look at what the Republicans are pushing. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Republicans are trying to crack down on the juvenile crime crisis with these new bills they've drafted. And we spoke with Tyrone Powers, a former FBI agent, about the concerns over children committing crimes.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
In Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge so far this year. Now, today in Annapolis, there is a hearing for the Juvenile Gun Offenses Accountability Act of 2023, which is a Republican-backed bill that would allow children as young as 10 to be charged with gun crimes. Republicans are also trying to change the current law, preventing anyone under 13 from being charged with any crime. Now, they want that threshold to be 11 years old. And beyond juvenile justice, earlier this week, there was a hearing for a Republican-backed bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals. Delegate Metzger of Baltimore County is the sponsor of that bill and says Republicans are taking a different approach to crime than Democrats.
We talk about we want to be tough on crime. We as lawmakers, as leaders, we need to send a message. I think that the Democrats want the soft approach. I think the Republican says, you know what, enough's enough.
And of course, we will have full coverage of all the hearings today, and you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Here in Baltimore, City Councilman Christopher Burnett wants to increase fines on businesses that allow teens in their stores during school hours. The law against it has been on the books since 2014. A fine currently is at $500 for those business owners. The councilman wants to increase it to $1,000. Well, business owners say this law is unfair.
They are violent outside there. So if something happens in front of my door, if I go outside and try to tell them, guys, you have to calm down, no. They will attack me.
I would push back with the notion that businesses bear no responsibility. I mean, we have businesses are responsible. If a student comes in and someone under the age of 21 wants to buy alcohol, it's the business's job to say, hey, I can't serve you.
Well, the new bill is a response to January's shooting at Edmondson Shopping Center, where there were some 18-year-olds involved, too. One teen was killed, 4 others were hurt.
It is a $10 billion public school system, but the people in charge, members of Maryland State Board of Education, have not publicly acknowledged recent Fox 45 findings, including test scores that sparked national outcry.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning with more on how we went straight to the state leadership, sat in front of them. We're even critiqued on the way that you addressed them there, Chris, but you stayed stuck there and asked them the questions. Any response? Because that was, what, almost, was it 48 hours ago?
Yeah, that was Tuesday morning that they had that state board meeting, Tom. And this is something that we don't do often. But sometimes it gets to the point where a government agency is simply not giving us any answers that we're trying to get for taxpayers who are paying, as you said, billions and billions of dollars that the Maryland State Department of Education is tasked to oversee in the education of nearly 1 million students. And we have been trying for literally months, going back to December, to get answers to some very simple questions from the Maryland State Department of Education. And they're not only not returning our phone calls, they're not replying to our emails, we're getting nothing. So on Tuesday morning, I signed up for public comment, and I went to the Maryland State Department of Education's board meeting, sat down for 3 minutes, which is what you get in public comment. I asked my questions. I told them that of all the organizations that we work with, the state and local organizations, MSDE is the hardest to get anyone to get back to you. It's the hardest to get any answers from. I said that directly to the board, directly to the board chair, directly to the state superintendent. They all heard me, and still nobody replied to any of our emails or any of our phone calls with answers.
Did they say anything to you, Chris, during that meeting?
They said one thing to me, which was I was trying to talk to the state superintendent, Mahabat Chaudhry, and they told me I'm not allowed to do that. So, Megan, the only thing that they said to me was I can't directly talk to somebody. I have to talk to the board in total. That was all they said to me. And then they said thank you when I was done, and I walked away. So we're going to continue to try. We're going to keep sending emails. We're going to keep calling. We're going to keep going to the Maryland State Department of Education because, as we said, they oversee $10 billion, almost $11 billion to educate nearly 1 million students. They should be answering these questions for Chris, taxpayers, parents, and students.
A lot of different organizations, though, that you've dealt with, obviously, in the years, though, they have public information officers or they have communications directors. Does the board, though, have a person that's appointed and getting paid to actually speak to media?
Multiple. They have multiple people in their communications department. I have been in contact. I have called, and I have verbally spoken with many of them. And I've said to them, I'm sending these emails. These are questions that I have. Can you please get back to me? And all of them say, yes, we're going to get back to you. We're going to get back to you. They never get back to me. I wait a couple days and I try again. And if you watch the story, we've been trying since December 9th. That's nearly 3 months ago. We have been on this, trying to get this information about ghost students, about enrollment, about these 23 schools with no kids proficient in math who took the test. What are they doing to help the parents and the students that go to these schools? These are important questions that the answers are answers that thousands of parents and students, potentially tens of thousands of parents and students, want answers to. And MSDE simply won't do it. And I'll just make one more point here. Okay. When I said that MSDE is the hardest organization to get information from, they are. We're in regular contact with, like, Baltimore City Schools, for example. They don't do interviews with us. They don't grant sit-down interviews. But when we send them an email, they at least send an email back saying, no, we're not going to do an interview. Or they'll send an email back with some answers to some questions that we're curious about. And we post those statements all the time in our stories. Nothing from MSDE. Nothing. And that's why we went to the board meeting.
We know you're not giving up. I think they know that, too. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Just because he feels this deal is in the best interest does not mean he is automatically right.
Board of Estimates meeting on the mayor's conduit deal with BGE ends in a heated debate. In our next hour, the upcoming vote and why the mayor says that won't matter.
And this morning, we've got a few showers for the morning commute with temperatures in the 40s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at when we finally dry out. It's 8:39 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are 19 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Thursday morning. Charm City Tanks looking good right there. I know it's a little kind of cloudy and some of those low clouds left over from the rain that we saw earlier this morning. But overall, if you want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, you're fine. Mild conditions, temperatures in the low to mid and even upper 50s here over the next couple of hours. And we're on our way to temperatures that will be into the 60s through the afternoon. We'll talk more about that and our next weather maker that's going to bring even more rain to the area. That's coming up.
Well, the blueprint for Maryland's future calls for billions more to go to public schools annually. After the break, a new law with new requirements and how it impacts Howard County public schools.
Season 9 of The Masked Singer is off to a blazing start. We'll tell you who got sent home coming up.
FOX45, and years ago, the Kerwin Commission critiqued Maryland public schools, provided a guidance and a wish list to create what legislators now call the blueprint for Maryland's future. Well, the law requires an additional $3.8 billion annually to go into the public schools and sets up standards all across the state on a state level. Now, one of the top performing public school districts in the state of Maryland is Howard County. And joining us now, Howard County Executive Calvin Ball. Executive, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning. Howard County is 56% proficient in math, 60% in reading, ranked #1 in Maryland school districts for quite some time now. And Superintendent Michael Matriano had brought up many concerns, though, and he had brought up some of them, saying that he was worried about the ratio, because right now you're 14-1. Kerwin makes it say that you have to have 10 students per one adult or administrator lead in there, half-day pre-K, but also the one that he really targeted was dictating local school systems policies and courses, taking away local control. I bring this up because Howard County, #1 in the state, you'd think the other districts would look to Howard County as a way to do something right. This is, he's saying, it may actually bring us down to a level of other districts. How do you respond?
Howard County is a model school system, not only for the state, but frankly for the nation. However, even in Howard County, we have challenges, and we need to continue to work together. And that's one of the reasons why I think the tenets of the blueprint, ensuring that we have the very best teaching and learning environment, not just overall, but for all of our students, is critically important. And I'm so excited to continue partnering with our school system and our community to move our system forward.
And what specifically, though, let's talk about the pre-K, going to full day, from half pre-K to full day because of the Kerwin here. We are getting millions of dollars, but counties are putting into the Kerwin fund, which then you have to demonstrate that you're adding to it. So what is the #1 priority for Howard County to start, and I guess, following the guidance of Kerwin?
Well, I think, for example, you noted full day pre-K. I think that's so critical as our young learners' brains are forming to ensure that they do have what they need. However, when it comes to capital investments, we need partnership from our state partners to ensure that we have the classroom space, that we have the qualified teachers, and that we pay them the appropriate amount to move our system forward and invest in full day pre-K.
With Kerwin, then, I know you have education background yourself there, too. So do you think that it should be a state-scaled pay, and that will change the way teachers are paid across no matter what district they teach in?
Well, I definitely think that that needs to be reevaluated for a number of reasons. First of all, like you said, each jurisdiction has a different quality of life and how much it costs to just live in that jurisdiction. Also, when you have pay increasing at such a high rate at the lower levels, what you have is compression. And I'm not sure that all of our friends at the state level have considered compression, which means that those who are at the higher levels then also need to be paid and have their pay increase commensurate. And so I think we need to definitely have our educators who we have investment for our children being paid fairly, but we just need to really consider how that actually gets implemented and who can really invest in that.
We are out of time right now, but Howard County Executive Calvin Ball, thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
It's 8:49. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we do. It's a little bit foggy behind our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. I have to say also, my mother's up now. Happy birthday, Mom. 79. She's proud of that number. She used to say during the 40s, she was like 40 for, I think, 30 years there. Now she's back to, now she's proud of it.
It's just a number. Happy birthday. That's awesome.
Happy birthday, Mom. My mom turned 80 this year. So you guys are really close.
Yeah.
So they need to meet up. Need to have a mom meetup. Yeah. So let's take a look outside and see what's going on in Tazza. My mom's coming out in April. They're coming out to visit us. So beautiful shot here. Maybe if you like a lot of low clouds and some slight misty conditions. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, everything looking good at this time in terms of the lack of rainfall that we're seeing. 47 your current temperature in Towson. Not much in the way of wind that we're seeing at this time. Now, here's our HD radar. We definitely had the rain showers that rolled through earlier. That rain is done now, moving offshore completely as that cold front is moving through. What we're going to see happen over the next couple of hours is the wind is going to turn and be more northwesterly. It's going to grab some of that warmer air that's in the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere and what we call mixing it down to the surface. So that's why our temperatures will rise. Even though we've got a lot of clouds hanging around, we're talking about numbers in the mid to upper 60s here by the afternoon. And typically about 50 degrees is all we get to for our highs. You can see, depending on where you live, a lot of these numbers are looking good. Springtime, right? 65 the Hereford zone, 67 Perry Hall, White Marsh, mid-60s in Dundalk, upper 60s in Canton and Fells this afternoon. We'll keep those 60s going, even some 70s possible right around Elk Ridge, Glen Burnie, Odenton, down toward D.C. Could see a temp of 70 degrees with a little cooler temperatures in Annapolis along the waters there. And you can see up and down the 95 corridor, even warmer in Richmond today. Down the ocean looking at about 60 and 62 your temp in Philly if you're heading north this afternoon. For Tom's mom up there in Philly. All right, so our temperature tracker, we're below average tomorrow. We're only going to be in the 40s. Those numbers come right back up into Saturday and Sunday into the above average category. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry through the rest of the day. Tomorrow morning starts off dry, but those rain showers about 9, 10 o'clock start to move in. Could have some wintry weather in parts of western Maryland. We actually will get a break through the middle part of the day tomorrow afternoon, and then more of that heavier rain comes in by tomorrow night. Those cold temps sticking around. Saturday, the wind is going to pick up behind that system as it exits stage right, and we'll actually see temperatures that will come back up. We are 10 days away from our spring forward, where we go to bed and lose an hour of sleep. The daylight saving time coming next Sunday morning. 18 days until the spring equinox, and look at that, 38 days until Easter Sunday. They already have those Reese's eggs out there. You know I like those because they have the hump of peanut butter. It's the best one. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast, keeping those numbers in the 50s for the weekend and even some lower 60s early next week. All right, we want to see what's going on with the view through your window. This is Robert in Rosedale. I like to call him Rosedale Robert, maybe Rosedale Rob for his close friends. That's the snowman going, where the heck's Winter, Chambers? What's going on? So that snowman is out there with the green stuff around it. Thanks so much for getting that picture in, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
8:52, season 9 of The Masked Singer. Season 9 is now in full swing, and you can catch all the action right here on Fox 45 every Wednesday night.
Joining us live in studio to talk about the most recent episode, Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark. What's going on, Mark?
That's right, guys. Season 9 of The Masked Singer is off to a hip-hop start. We are 3 weeks in, and we've already seen legends like Dick Van Dyke and Howie Mandel on the show. Last night, it was the Polar Bears' turn to unmask, and the person underneath the fur shocked the judges and viewers alike. Message on don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge. That was
trying not to lose. That's good.
65 years old, celebrating hip hop 50 years, and he was unveiled last night, guys.
Yeah,
Very cool.
I liked he said he didn't want to be the polar bear, and then they put the chains on him on the polar bear costume, and then they put the hat backwards. Like, all right, I guess I'm in. I'm in now.
What a crazy concept that everyone is being part of, and it's just fun.
It really is just it's fun. Mm-hmm. That's why season 9 is just so hot, right?
There you go.
Thanks, Mark.
Season 9. All right. With spring inching closer, cherry blossom season just around the corner. Still to come this morning, how to find the perfect place to catch their peak, and you don't have to go to D.C. for it.
And you know how we can hit our peak here today?
Oh, yeah, with the second round. Maybe, no, this is the third round.
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah,
Time for a coffee break. It is 8:57 and topping your morning business report. Microsoft's newest update will allow users to send iMessaging from their computers. With the iPhone Link app, users can send text through iMessage on their Windows devices. Now, along with text, you can also make calls and see your iPhone's notifications. Skincare shouldn't have to cost you a fortune. Genevieve Gorder is here to share a deal on a popular product that men and women might love. She's here with today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
I'm so excited to bring back one of our top sellers, one of our very top sellers, the Solar Wave. Now, this little device, so good. This little device uses red light therapy, warmth and massage, as well as microcurrent to stimulate your skin to improve those fine lines, wrinkles, and tighten everything. All I can say, we see a ton of products. People send us everything, and we found this superstar just for you. I know the beauty space is really overwhelming. So we did all the work for you. We curated this product. The before and afters speak for themselves. And it's not only great for your face, but it's also great for your neck and your chest areas. And these are areas we often ignore. All you have to do, just wait for it, is use it for 5 minutes a day. That's it. And you will start to see results. You just have to roll it over your face. That's it. I keep it right by my nightstand. You can feel it working on your skin, the tightening, absolutely relaxing. It just feels good. Now, we all love finding at-home beauty tools that we can use without going to the spa and spending all that extra money or all that extra time. We're offering 33% off the Solar Wave. I would advise all of you to buy this now because it's not going to last. So to take advantage of this deal and so many more, go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, March 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers in our forecast.
Just found out that in 1965, on this day, The Sound of Music debuted.
Really?
Is that the Do-Re-Mi one?
Yeah.
The Do, a deer, and all that stuff?
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
my goodness.
Yeah.
You've never seen Sound of Music?
Oh, yeah, I've seen it. My wife makes me watch it every year for Christmas or whatever. So.
Yeah. I want to introduce
alive,
it
right?
to Naomi.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if she'll sit for like a 4.5, 5 hour movie.
It's a long movie.
It's good, though.
It's a great movie, too. And, Chris Rock's going to be here tomorrow and Saturday at the Hippodrome. That's very excited. I don't know if Sound of Music's coming or not, and I don't know if he's going to sing, but we'll never know. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Hey, beautiful shot, actually. Look at that. It's a little bit lighter, right? We're seeing some of those clouds lift just a bit as we look out over the Inner Harbor. We had some rain earlier this morning. Temperatures right now are starting to moderate a bit. 54 Salisbury. We're to the upper 40s in Baltimore, but 57 in Cumberland. So some of that warmer air will continue to work in as we get into the next couple of hours. On your out and about cast, you're going to see those numbers climb in the mid to upper 50s, even 60s by the time we get to midday today. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And traffic is blocked at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. So take a live look here. This is the tunnel, and you can see the police activity. Look at that. The police have it completely blocked off. Both sides of the southbound tunnel, you see the whole line of cars behind where the police have it blocked, but you can't get past those police. We're not clear on why they're there and why that traffic is backing up that way, but that is the scene if you have to use the tunnel there. Fox 45 News is following 3 big stories for you this morning.
Juvenile crime top of mind for lawmakers in Annapolis. Today, they're going to hear bills backed by both Democrats and Republicans.
A Baltimore charter school will remain open after weeks of uncertainty, while critics say public schools should be held to the same standards.
Plus, pumping the brakes on spending in Washington just ahead. The dozens of Democrats who are crossing the aisle now against the president.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Olivia Dance and our Session 2023 coverage.
Olivia.
Well, good morning. Yeah, Democrats are pushing two major bills. The first is the Youth Equity and Safety Act, and today there is a hearing for that bill at in Annapolis here at 1 o'clock. And the bill would end the practice of automatically charging juveniles as adults in serious crimes like murder. But we know that in Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge so far this year, according to statistics from the Baltimore Police Department. Now, former FBI agent Tyrone Powers is stressing the need for juvenile justice legislation that ensures consequences and corrects behavior.
Before you vote on legislation, talk to the victims of crime in Baltimore City. Talk to those people who have lost loved ones, those who have been victims of robberies and rapes, and those who have people dealing in open-air drug markets right out in front of their door where they can't even walk out the front door because they may not want mass incarceration, but they do want consequences that changes the behavior that allows them to live their fragile lives.
Democrats are also pushing the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, which would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder. There's also a hearing for that bill today. And these bills have been drafted as there have been calls for more to be done about the juvenile crime crisis. Of course, you can get updates on those hearings on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But stick around because coming up in about 30 minutes, we're taking a closer look at the Republican-backed bills on juvenile crime, which are much different than the bills that I just told you about. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. New this morning in your Session 2023 coverage, two General Assembly bills aim to abolish the board of Maryland's 529 college savings program and move the organization under the guidance of the state treasurer by June. Delegate Kathy Forbes, a Democrat representing Baltimore County, introduced the House version of the legislation, and State Senator Joanne Benson, a Democrat representing Prince George's County, is the chief sponsor of an identical bill in the Senate chamber.
According to Delegate Forbes' bill, the legislation specifies the Treasurer's office would succeed the Maryland 529 board and would transfer responsibility for administering its programs to that office by June 1st. Now, this comes as the agency faces criticism for suspending parents' access to their accounts without warning, leaving them to scramble to pay their children's tuition. Maryland 529 blames the incident on an interest calculation error. Affected parents dispute that claim, saying the board went back on a contract clause entitling them to a higher compounded monthly interest rate.
The operator hires personnel located in the Baltimore area. The operator shows improvement in the delivery of special education services, ensuring that there's compliance with grant management.
That's a list that should apply to all of our schools.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. After weeks of uncertainty, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys will remain open with a list of requirements. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a closer look at the conditions and why some say they're unfair. Shannon.
Yeah, when it comes to those conditions for the charter, Patrice, for a lot of people, that is just bringing more scrutiny on city schools because we know in a lot of ways our public schools here in Baltimore are not measuring up. So many are asking, where are the conditions for them?
First thing that I think of is hypocrisy. I don't think there's anybody who doubts that the schools should be in compliance to make sure that they're actually educating our children. The question is, why would you require this of a charter school and not the rest of the school system?
If more of these schools, the traditional schools, would do these things, the schools would be much better. Education would be much better for thousands of young people in Baltimore City.
So let's take another look at some of the requirements being placed on the Baltimore Collegiate. In order for them to stay open, they have to do these things right here. They have to hire staff located in Baltimore. They have to improve special education services and show compliance with grant management. Now, on top of that, they must hire more certified teachers, a city-approved financial expert, and they have to improve data processes. Meanwhile, as both Euripsy Morgan and former councilman Carl Stokes pointed out, there are major problems within city schools. In fact, take a look at this. According to the Maryland State Department of Education, 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students who took standardized tests proficient in math. So they are calling this, Megan and Patrice, a double standard.
Shannon, what are city schools doing to improve those schools with those math scores?
So we reached out about that, Patrice, and a spokesperson says there's a couple of things they're doing. First, they are trying to boost their scores through professional development for teachers and summer learning for kids in those schools. Now, we also asked them if the same requirements that are expected of the charter school are being expected of those city schools. That same spokesperson tells us that these are two unrelated situations. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. We want to know what you think. Should those responsible for failures in city schools be fired? As you take a look at the results, 99% of those who have responded say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in. The Board of Estimates approves a $6 million settlement going to the family of a man killed in a crash involving Baltimore's defunct gun trace task force. Prosecutors say in 2010, then Sergeant Wayne Jenkins and another officer were chasing two people in their car when they ran a stop sign. They crashed into a car driven by Albert Davis Sr. and his wife. Mr. Davis died. To date, Baltimore has paid out $22 million in 39 settlements related to the gun trace task force. House lawmakers are now taking action, passing a bill Wednesday they say will stop the administration's executive orders that have inflationary impacts.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, there's dozens of Democrats that are on board with this as well.
That's right, Megan and Patrice. So 59 Democrats actually joining their Republican colleagues in this effort to pump the brakes on President Biden's biggest spending efforts. This bill easily passed the House, and under the law, it's called the Rein In Act. Any executive order that has an annual price tag of more than $1 billion first has to be studied by the administration for its possible inflationary impacts. Republicans are hoping that this will make the White House think twice before implementing expensive moves. Republicans do blame Biden's policies for the inflation that Americans are currently experiencing. Still, the majority of Democrats disagree, and they don't think this move is necessary. Many on the left still maintain that the inflation we're feeling right now is not caused by government spending, but by the pandemic and Russia's war in Ukraine.
So we wait to see what happens there. We know the conservative conference CPAC is going on this week in Washington. Usually the biggest names in conservative politics are there. Not the case this year. What's different?
Well, this annual conference started yesterday, and what's of note is who is not attending. So none of the GOP Senate leadership is on the list, and as for House leadership, only Elise Stefanik is there. So no Kevin McCarthy and no Steve Scalise. Now, prominent GOP governors also will typically show face at this event, but this time, only Idaho's Governor Brad Little is in attendance. And it's a sign that the Republican establishment is shying away from the conference, at least this year, as Donald Trump's influence on the annual event strengthens. Trump will close the event with a speech on Saturday night. Now, Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence, and Senator Tim Scott are all waving off CPAC this year. Instead, the trio is meeting behind closed doors at the Breakers in Palm Beach at a retreat hosted by the conservative Club for Growth. Megan, Patrice, back to you.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you. 9:10 now. Two massive train collisions have the world's attention. We're talking about Greece and Ohio.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with the latest efforts to regulate the train industry. What's going on, Tom?
Yeah, we're actually taking you some drone video right here in Greece where the search actually still continues. A head-on collision between a passenger train and freight train kills 46. That number raised just minutes ago as the search continues, as hundreds more were injured, dozens still unaccounted for. Transport chief in Greece resigns, though, within hours of that crash, saying that he failed the people and does not deserve to stay in charge out of respect for the dead and injured. Also, the train master at the passenger train's last stop immediately arrested. That was all in Greece. Now, back to the U.S., though. Let me just bring this up for you here real quick. And we are talking about what happened with our U.S. Transportation Secretary, the different response in East Palestine, citizens demanding for weeks to gain attention after that 50 cars derailed, burst into flames with toxic chemicals released into their air and waterways. It was more than 2 weeks before U.S. Secretary of State Pete Buttigieg arrived to see the destruction. Now, bipartisan congressional leaders, they're pushing bills to regulate how chemicals are transported through the U.S. In fact, this just coming out just minutes ago, though, about that. In fact, Democrat Sherrod Brown and Republican J.D. Vance now are key co-sponsors of a bill, again, was just introduced this week. and we will see how that will help with regulations on toxic chemicals traveling through the U.S. That's the latest from our Live Center.
All right, Tom, thank you. Lawmakers in Annapolis are debating multiple bills to crack down on juvenile crime. Topping our next half hour, what Republicans are pushing for.
And the debate over control of the conduit system continues. In our next half hour, why critics are questioning where the mayor's best interests lie. And before we go to break, we take a look at today's number of the day, which considers religious freedoms. A recent Scott Rasmussen national survey finding 83% of voters say they think the Second Amendment's protections for religious freedoms means that people are free to practice and talk about their faith publicly, including with those who do not share it. Time now 9:12, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
I love that we have an animation for cherry blossoms. 9:15, spring just around the corner, and of course we know we're getting closer to the cherry blossom season and the blooms. The perfect list around town for you to see them at their peak without having to go to D.C. Certified arborist Lou Meyer is here. Lou Meyer is here with us here this morning to share more. Good morning, Lou.
Good morning.
So, you and I were talking a little bit before the break about how it's already meteorological spring. We've already seen warmer temperatures. What's it looking like so far for the cherry blooms around the Mid-Atlantic?
Yeah, the typical cherry bloom peak is in late March. They came out with the NPS, National Park Service, came out with their prediction for this season as March 20th through the 25th as peak bloom down in the tidal basin, which is where they talk about that a lot. I think it's going to be a little earlier than that because of the warm temperatures.
Yeah.
You know all about that. You've been talking about it. Trees don't follow the Gregorian calendar. They bloom according to the weather.
They do whatever they want to do. It's Mother Nature. Now, are you already seeing some early blooms out there?
We are, yeah. First up was the apricot and the plums a few weeks ago, and even some of the cherries are showing some signs of it.
Now, it's interesting. I asked earlier, I was talking about it, and my mother-in-law is a big arborist fan. She said that some of the pink trees you see around here that are already blooming, they're not necessarily cherry blooms. They're something else, the magnolia or Magnolia Jane or pink tulip or something like that?
Yeah, some of the magnolias are blooming, but those apricots and The apricots and the plums, they're all part of the prunus family, which is part of the cherries also.
Okay,
So,
okay.
yeah, early bloomers, yeah.
Okay, I like that. All right, we kind of previewed a little bit while I was yabbering on, but we want to talk about the best places to check out around the city, Baltimore City, so you actually don't really have to go to D.C. if you don't want to.
Yeah, well, the crowds down there could be bananas, too.
Right.
So around here, some great places. Silburn Arboretum. The Baltimore Museum of Art has a great collection of them out front, of course.
Right.
Druid Hill Park has some really
There's
good ones.
the map right there.
There you go. Yeah, Morgan State and Fort McHenry has a great showing as well.
What a cool place to take visitors or even locals who might not know. You know, you go to Fort McHenry, you think about all the great history around here, and we've got cherry blossoms that are there. So now, this is maybe a weird question. I don't know if you know the answer, but the cherry blossoms that are in the tidal basin, are they here because, like, they floated up, seeds and then they regrew, or did they actually get planted here?
That's an excellent question. They were planted here. So all the cherries that you see, they're from East Asia, and about 100 years ago, we started planting them here in the landscape, and they're just beautiful.
And we have a good environment for that, don't we?
Terrific environment for it. It's set up great.
When we don't have massive snowstorms in a normal winter, which has been a very abnormal winter.
Indeed.
So I appreciate it. Thanks so much for being here. Lou Meyer here, our arborist in town for the cherry blossoms. Speaking of which.
Yes, it's the same here in Baltimore as it is in Washington, D.C. for, of course, the annual Blossom Festival here. We're going to go over those dates. Again, he just said them right there, but the National Park Service also announcing Wednesday the blossoms are expected to reach the peak bloom between March 22nd and 25th. And really, guys, that's just when 70% of the flowers are out. The dates aren't out of line with last year when peak bloom actually took place on March 25th. So just to recap some of those dates there that they talked about just a few seconds ago. Pretty neat stuff.
It is always fun to see them. I just was remembering last year when I went with Naomi and I, we were just, it was freezing, so it was cold. So they were there, but the temperatures weren't
on our
there
side.
yet.
Right.
No, but it was still fun, beautiful to see.
As we look further ahead, again, that's only like 2 weeks away. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, what do you think? Are temperatures kind of making this?
Yeah, well, all the things I've been looking at Patrice and Megan and all of us back in the Weather Authority Center back there, is that, March is going to trend a little colder than where we've been. So we've been well above average, and we've had way more days this year alone that have been above average than below average. March is going to trend more on the average level. So even though we're above average today and below average tomorrow, things kind of level out after the weekend. And then as we look ahead into the next couple of weeks, it is trending just a little bit cooler. But it still doesn't look like we're going to have any massive hard freezes or any major snowstorms, which is definitely good news, especially for all those great trees and blossoms and things that are happening springtime. We definitely had some spring rain earlier this morning. Some leftover cloud cover right there is what we're seeing out there right now in Towson. Also in downtown Baltimore, we are seeing our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, and we actually see some lighter skies than what we saw earlier today. We saw some of the rain that rolled through. That rain is all out of here for now, and we're pretty much done with the rain as that cold front makes its way in. Now, we're not going to realize those colder temperatures until tomorrow, so today we actually will get some warmer conditions. Golfers, it may be a little squishy out there on some of the greens and fairways, and maybe some of those greens are coming back and not yellows. They're actually greens, if you know what I mean. We're talking about lower 60s by noontime and mid to upper 60s for you later this afternoon. Look at all the yellow on this map, too. Not pollen, but we're talking about the average high of 50 degrees. Mid to upper 60s is what we're looking at across central Maryland for the afternoon. Even close to 70 in D.C. today and 73 in Richmond. That'll help things get going with all of those great blooms out there. 60 degrees in Ocean City this afternoon. So here's a look at our future scan. Again, staying dry through the afternoon today. Tomorrow, we're going to start off with some rain showers, but not till after about 7, 8, 9 o'clock. So first half of the commute will be dry. Then that cold rain's going to move in. Notice the pink there in western Maryland. That's where we could see some wintry precipitation. Already have a winter storm watch posted for parts of western Maryland for tomorrow. To the afternoon, we actually will get a break in the rain, and then the heavier rain really comes in tomorrow night. But by Saturday, that rain is out of here, and that wind is going to pick up. Brenda sent us a picture of her daughter's dog named Lucas, and Lucas already likes crabs. You can see that great shot of that cute puppy. Thanks, Brenda, for sending that picture in. Your pet pics, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. 7-day forecast, 40s tomorrow, and then mid to upper 50s through the weekend. Into next week, we got some lower 60s into Monday and Tuesday.
That sounds great. Well, as these spring-like days are moving our way, we want to see your weather pictures. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackler.
Maryland lawmakers fighting for a way to prevent repeat offenders from getting plea deals. In our next half hour, a former city prosecutor gives his thoughts on the bill moving through the General Assembly.
And the third annual National Pig Day is coming up this Saturday in Pigtown. We're wrapping up our morning here at Suspended Brewing. We'll let you know exactly how they're participating in the festivities in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
At 9:24. Go hog wild this weekend with family-friendly fun.
The third annual National Pig Day celebration is happening, and it's all for a good cause. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is live on Pigstown Main Street. She's got more. Hey, Amy.
Hey, yeah, we're wrapping up our tour of Pigtown at Suspended Brewing this morning. I'm here with Josie Schwartz showing us around. It's actually a big weekend for you all, too. 5-year anniversary.
That's right, yeah. So there's lots going on in Pigtown. We've got our 5-year anniversary. We're celebrating both Friday and Saturday. Friday, we have a Ethiopian pop-up. We got new beer releases. Saturday, Pigtown Main Street is hosting Whispering Rise Sanctuary, Pig Sanctuary. They're going to have live pigs, which are really amicable. It's very family friendly. There'll be crafting, there'll be storytelling, there'll be cookie decorating. We'll have Eki Ben on Saturday as well. We're releasing a new ice cream with Kaju Creamery. There's so much going on. There's something for everybody.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can't beat that. Live pigs out front, right? And then you can come in here and enjoy a beer, too.
Exactly.
Okay, awesome. And what's it like being part of this Pigtown community, celebrating everything Pigtown since you guys have been here 5 years now?
It's so lovely. I mean, Pigtown has always been a place where the community is so vibrant. You have a very dedicated choir of voices that are singing loudly for a neighborhood that really gets looked over more times than it should. There's so much going on here, and we're just very happy to be a part of that.
Okay, cool. So come out Saturday or Friday, right, and join you guys for a beer.
That's right. Friday and Saturday, 5 years. We'll have lots going on.
Okay, awesome. If you want more information on everything happening this weekend, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We've got all the details there on this celebration. National Pig Day happening here in Pigtown. Back to you guys.
Time. They have a good way to celebrate out there. Thank you, Amy.
They sure do.
Juvenile justice is an ongoing debate here in Annapolis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the different bills that Democrats and Republicans are pushing.
The mayor's controversial deal with BGE seems to be in limbo. Just ahead, the ongoing back and forth and when we can expect the Board of Estimates to take up this conversation once again. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Coming up on 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you as well. Started off the morning with some rain showers, still some of those leftover clouds, but the skies are lighting up a little bit as we look out over the Inner Harbor. Rain is done. However, we're going to keep some of that cloud cover around, even though our temperatures are going to rise significantly. We've already got some lower 50s across the Bay Bridge in Stevensville, over there near Kent Island, 52 in Easton for Talbot County, 48 your number in Bel Air, 47 Cockeysville. Westminster, you're at 50 right now. Overall, our numbers rising steadily today over the next few hours, upper 50s and lower 60s, on our way to the mid to upper 60s for the afternoon. When you think of how the morning started, you're like, what? Really? And then tomorrow, well, we're only going to be in the 40s. So that will be more of a kind of a reality check, if you will, and the rain showers that will be here on Friday as well. We'll take that a little bit further into detail for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
9:30, and turning now to your Session 2023 coverage as juvenile crime is top of mind for lawmakers in Annapolis.
Today, both Democrats and Republicans have hearings for bills relating to juvenile crime.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from Annapolis. She's got a closer look at what it is the Republicans are pushing. Olivia.
Yeah, Republicans are trying to crack down on the juvenile crime crisis with these new bills that they've drafted. And we spoke with Tyrone Powers, a former FBI agent, about the concerns over children committing crimes.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
In Baltimore, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or a weapons charge so far this year. Now, today in Annapolis, there is a hearing for the Juvenile Gun Offenses Accountability Act of 2023, which is a Republican-backed bill that would allow children as young as 10 to be charged with gun crimes. Republicans are also trying to change the current law preventing anyone under 13 from being charged with any crime. Now, they want that threshold to be 11 years old. And beyond juvenile justice, earlier this week, there was a hearing for a Republican-backed bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals. Delegate Metzger of Baltimore County is the sponsor of that bill and says Republicans are taking a different approach to crime than Democrats.
We talk about we want to be tough on crime. We as lawmakers, as leaders, we need to send a message. I think that the Democrats want the soft approach. I think the Republican says, you know what, enough's enough.
And of course, we will have full coverage on all the hearings today, and you can also get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Here in Baltimore, City Councilman Christopher Burnett wants to increase fines on businesses that allow teens in their stores during school hours. The law against it has been on the books since 2014, and the fine is currently $500. The councilman wants to increase it to $1,000. Business owners say the law is unfair.
They are violent outside there. So if something happens in front of my door, if I go outside and try to tell them, guys, you have to calm down, no. They will attack me.
I would push back with the notion that businesses bear no responsibility. I mean, we have businesses are responsible. If a student comes in and someone under the age of 21 wants to buy alcohol, it's the business's job to say, hey, I can't serve you.
Well, the new bill is in response to January shooting at Edmondson Shopping Center. 1 teen was killed and 4 others were hurt.
Meanwhile, there is a bill making its way through the General Assembly which would prevent repeat offenders from getting plea deals. Republicans say it's another tool in the box to get tough on crime. Earlier this morning, Patrice Sanders spoke with former city prosecutor Jeremy Aldridge with more of a look at this bill and whether or not it makes sense.
It doesn't make sense at all, honestly. This screams that this delegate has not ever sat in any courtroom within the state of Maryland.
Well, the bill faced some concerns from Democrats like an increased workload for state's attorneys. But Delegate Metzger is defending the bill, saying repeat violent criminals need to be held accountable, and this bill is one way of stopping crime.
A leader within Baltimore City's Department of Public Works Solid Waste Division has been charged with sexually assaulting another DPW employee. That's according to charging documents. The charging documents allege that on March 31st of 2022, Jerome Odell Ragsdale made sexual advances on a woman. The sexual advances and harassment had happened before. That's according to the complainant, including one incident where she alleged that Ragsdale showed up at her home and asked for sex. DPW is aware of the incident, but will not be commenting as the matter is still under investigation.
This morning, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE seems to be hanging in the balance. 2 weeks ago, the mayor approved the deal in a Board of Estimates meeting without the comptroller or council president there. They sat out to try to stop the vote.
Well, the board members took up the issue once again in their meeting yesterday. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the outcome from the meeting and the continued back and forth, Shannon.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth, Patrice, right here at City Hall, but in the end, no decision was made. The mayor still at complete odds with the comptroller and the city council president. He says this is a done deal. They say otherwise.
The vote was valid and the deal is done.
This is yet another example of the administration picking and choosing what to do.
I don't think that you're actually operating in the best interest of the citizens of Baltimore.
Never, and I repeat, never have I done anything or made any decision that was not in the best interest of those who call this great city home. If there was a better deal to be done, that deal would have been done.
Those fiery words coming just minutes after the gavel fell in yesterday's Board of Estimates meeting. Now, the big issue is an agreement that the mayor signed last month, which gives BGE broad control over the city's underground conduit system. Now, the comptroller and the council president say they were kept in the dark about this agreement, and they had very little time to review it. And they say since they sat out of the meeting in protest when that vote took place, they argue that the vote should not count since there wasn't enough people there to hold it in the first place. Again, though, in the end, no agreement could be reached in yesterday's meeting, so we know this deal with BGE will be back on the agenda for the Board of Estimates meeting taking place next month. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, we'll see how this plays out. Shannon, thank you. Fox 45 News will continue to demand answers about the conduit deal. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, developing now, Maryland State Police are investigating the discovery of human skeletal remains found Sunday in a wooded area in Cecil County. Police say 2 hunters located possible human skeletal remains along with a firearm, clothes, and jewelry. Crime scene technicians processed the scene for evidence, and the skeletal remains were taken to the office of the chief medical examiner in Baltimore for analysis. The investigation is ongoing. Maryland lawmakers announcing yesterday that $38 million of federal funding will go towards upgrading BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport. Maryland Democratic senators have given funding to the Federal Aviation Administration to create the largest baggage handling system, new terminal concession space, improved restrooms, and more. The act gives $550 billion in federal funding for 2022 through 2026 for infrastructure projects towards roads, bridges, mass transit, water infrastructure, resilience, and broadband. The Maryland Institute of Art, or MICA, announcing that it plans to downsize its faculty and staff due to the drop in student enrollment. The president of MICA, Samuel Hoy, wrote in a letter to faculty and staff explaining the reason for the downsizing of the college. The list of reasons includes the COVID-19 pandemic, a lack of enrollment in higher education overall in the nation, and a collective public questioning of the necessity of academic degrees for career success. According to the letter, the reduction of staff will not take place in the school's 2023 school year, which will continue through May. Coming up, residents continue to voice their frustration over that sinkhole that destroyed their homes. Their controversial response from the city.
A breezy and warmer day ahead with highs in the 60s, but the rain isn't gone yet. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker in his full weather authority forecast. 9:39, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Two massive train collisions have the world's attention from Greece to Ohio.
Tom Rogers at our live center with the latest efforts to regulate the train industry. Tom.
Yeah, actually, I changed that story a little bit. I want to take you actually to the political conferences that are happening. First, the one right here, Democrat Caucus Conference, meeting in Baltimore. Speakers just stepped away from the podium. That's happening today through Saturday, and that's going on. And they will be talking about various different items here. Now, we're talking about Congressman Kwesi Mfume starting this conference here, and they just took a break here just minutes ago. We want to show you here, this is exactly what they're going to be addressing. We heard from President Biden yesterday. Today, a list of other speakers that were just speaking here. And the discussions are focused mainly going to be on low-income houses, they're talking about raising the salary caps, minimum wages, bringing that up. Also, down the list a little bit later is crime. Now, at the same time, just 40 miles south of Baltimore, where that is going on, another conference is happening also. And we're talking about CPAC, and that is considered the largest conservative meeting or conference. And it has been moved around the country just like the Democratic House Crisis Caucus was. And this one now is in Washington, D.C., where we may hear from former President Donald Trump and also presidential candidate running for the White House, Nikki Haley. They're both supposed to be speaking too. Their main focus, addressing crime first, then the economy, and then the war in Ukraine. Those are both the two conferences happening here back and forth from each other, happening one in Baltimore right here with the Democrats and Republicans, conservative side in D.C. just 40 miles away, both ending Saturday with those conferences. That's the latest from the Live Center.
The NFL Combine is here, and contract talks are heating up around whether or not Lamar Jackson will stay or if he'll go. After the break, General Manager Eric DeCosta and head coach John Harbaugh provide some clarity on how they feel about their QB.
(9:46) developing this morning. A Fox 45 News investigation is uncovering cracks in the city's handling of last summer's sinkhole on North Avenue.
The city claimed that it had inspected the storm drain that caused the sinkhole recently, but we found that that might not be the case.
As Rebecca Pryor reports, homeowners who lost everything want the city to pay up.
Yeah, these homeowners' stories are heartbreaking, and this image right here puts that heartbreak into perspective. Take a look at this massive patch of dirt. It is all that's left after the city demolished an entire row of homes last summer. Following the tragedy, the city has refused to reimburse the homeowners for what they lost, but now those homeowners are fighting back.
We are standing at the intersection of Homewood Avenue and North Avenue. We are also standing at the intersection of incompetence and a dereliction of duty.
Renewing calls for reimbursement through Vigna Raja, a legal representative for North Avenue homeowners, citing a FOX45 investigation uncovering the city's lack of maintenance on a 115-year-old stone arch storm drain. The city initially telling FOX45 this year an earlier internal review of the North Avenue drain did not indicate items of concern. But when pressed for proof of that inspection, the city admitting months later the storm drain's latest inspection occurring 23 years ago, far from last year.
If there weren't repeated efforts by a local news station haranguing and harassing them to tell the truth, their lie might have persisted.
The outdated drain collapsing last July, causing a sinkhole to form and ultimately forcing the demolition of several homes. In a matter of days, everything Quentin Bell and Monique Bess owned, gone. And the city claims they owe residents nothing in return. In a letter sent to homeowners in November, Baltimore City's legal department writing, quote, before a local government is required to pay a citizen for a loss, the claimant must first show the city had notice of the defect which caused the loss. So for months, FOX45 has been asking the city, how could residents have possibly predicted an underground drain would collapse? Finally, on Tuesday, DPW spokesperson Blair Adams acknowledging they couldn't. Adams writing, quote, there is no way anyone has that kind of insight to predict when such an incident will occur. Adams going on to explain it's the city's responsibility to monitor drainage systems so they can document signs of concern, a responsibility that's also mandated by state law. The Maryland Department of the Environment requiring Baltimore City to inspect storm drains at least once every 3 years in an effort to protect the environment, public health, and safety. But according to the city's response to FOX45's recent Maryland Public Information Act request, this storm drain went unchecked for more than 2 decades.
If you don't conduct the inspection, you won't be able to see the repairs that are necessary to avert disaster.
Vigna Raja arguing not knowing what cracks and crevices could lie beneath Baltimore streets poses a threat to every home, business, and building in the city. So just because this didn't happen to you doesn't mean it won't.
There are ticking time bombs all across this city underneath the ground because they haven't done inspections in decades. Who falls victim next is anyone's guess.
Now, it's important to note that the only reason the city admitted they hadn't inspected this drain in over 2 decades was because they were legally obligated to respond to my Public Information Act request. That being said, I've also asked the city countless other questions about this very issue that they have blatantly ignored or downright refused to respond to. I've added a list of those questions online. You can find them in this story on our website at foxbaltimore.com. And trust me, what the city won't comment on says a lot. Reporting in Baltimore City, Rebecca Pryor, Fox 45 News.
We have breaking news this morning. Police are telling us that Digital Harbor High School is on lockdown for a possible armed person.
We have crews heading that way right now. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News as we learn more about what's happening there.
9:50 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast. We're tracking the clouds that are eventually moving away. And in fact, eroding just a little bit, getting some sun that is poking through right now. Our temperatures will continue to warm up, even though we had a rainy and cool start to the day. In fact, all of that rain is now gone. So we are definitely seeing some drier conditions back behind that. We do have winter storm watches that have been posted for Western Maryland for tonight into tomorrow as that next weather maker rolls in, bringing us a cold rain here. But the mountains could get a little bit of that wintry mix as well. All behind this cold cold front that continues to march through the area. Heading out and about here in the next couple of hours, upper 40s here and lower 60s through noontime for today. Even mid to upper 60s as you head into Carroll and Baltimore counties for your afternoon. Perry Hall and White Marsh at 67, Dundalk at 65. Could see close to 70 degrees in downtown Baltimore. Hartford and Cecil counties also in the mid to upper 60s for Rising Sun and Elkton. Over to Aberdeen and APG. Perryman at 67 for your high this afternoon. Notice what's going on with our temps, though, on our temperature tracker. Below average. We're going to drop tomorrow, and we really won't even get out of the 40s and the low to mid 40s at that. Then those numbers come right back up into the 50s for Saturday and Sunday, and even some 60s on the way early next week. Now, in terms of precipitation on our future scan, notice that we're drying out nicely for the afternoon. It'll be a bit breezy at times, so just be aware of that. Early tomorrow morning, we start off dry, but right about 9, 10 o'clock is when some of those rain showers will develop. Notice the pink right there in the western part of Maryland. That's where that wintry weather will be. And then as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, actually, we'll see some breaks in the rain. It's going to be overcast and cool, and then another round of rain 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow night. That's going to be the heavier rain. So if you have date night on Friday night, just have the umbrellas ready, and then breezy to windy on Saturday, but drying out. Keeping the drier conditions into Saturday and both Sunday as well, even into early next week, Monday and Tuesday, numbers into the lower 60s.
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending now. If you missed Adam Sandler on his recent North American stand-up tour, you're in luck because he's expanded the trek with a new run of tour dates.
Sandler's next tour begins April 13th in Newark, and it includes stops in Philadelphia, Buffalo, Detroit, Louisville, and Cleveland before wrapping up right here in Baltimore. We buried the lead. That's happening on April 21st. Tickets open up to the general public Friday. That's tomorrow, March 3rd at 12 p.m. So if you want tickets, you got to be ready tomorrow. All right, breezy conditions with temperatures warming up into the 60s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting you know how long the spring-like temperatures will stick around. That's all coming up in his 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
10-day forecast, 68 today, mid-40s tomorrow with that rain that's coming in, and then we'll see breezy conditions on Saturday and drier conditions for the weekend.
And we leave today with breaking news that we just started following: a possible person armed at Digital Harbor High School.
Taking a live look right now. We have a crew on the scene, and we're going to have an update for you on the midday show here today. I'll see you back here in just a little bit.